Good evening, everybody. We are coming back from executive session. So moving on to 4, adjourn executive session, 4.1 adjournment. I just need a motion to adjourn the executive session.
I'll motion to adjourn the executive session.
I'll second.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Ewing, he beat you. So it was motioned by Mrs. Bowles and seconded by Clerk Toby Azure. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. We are just going to take a 5-minute recess so that everybody can use the restroom real quick, and we'll be right back for the regular session. All right, good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the Peoria Unified Governing Board to meeting on 10-9/2025 at 6:38 PM. I'm doing it very lightly because I know there's a baby in the room, so. um, We do have all board members present, so moving on to 2.1, opening exercises, 2.1, moment of silence, 2.2, pledge of allegiance, and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Bowles, would you like to lead us this evening?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you. Moving on now to 3, address agenda. 3.1, address agenda, consider adoption or recommend changes. Board members, do you have any changes you'd like to make?
President Rooks, I do have one. I motion if we can suspend the rules to move 7.1 to the next item before recognitions in light of current company.
I will second that. Azure, so Clerk Toby made the request to move 7.1, the administrative recommendation appointment of the interim principal for Kachina Elementary to, was it before recognitions? Is that correct?
Yes.
Allow me one moment to make that adjustment. And just to note that board docs will not allow me to physically move the item, but we can address that first.
Okay. Board members, she's just updating it first, so just give us a few minutes and then we'll run through a roll call vote.
So I have moved to adopt the agenda with the moving of item 7.1 up to the agenda, up on the agenda prior to recognitions, with a motion made by Mr. Toby and a second by,
It was myself, President Rooks, yes.
Thank you.
And that is correct. Thank you, Azure. And if you could run us through a voice vote whenever you're ready.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. And board members, if you just want to refresh your screens.
President Rooks, members of the board, just a reminder, it will not actually move in board docs. The physical agenda will stay the same, but we will proceed to 7.1.
Okay, so 7.1, Mrs. Talia, please present. Thank you.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board. We are very pleased, administration, to make the recommendation for the appointment of the interim principal for Kachina Elementary. We are bringing forth a recommendation for this position to be Ms. Natalie Steele. She's a Centennial High School alumni, and she began her teaching career in the Tolleson Elementary District in 2016. She moved to North Carolina in 2017, where she continued to teach and began her coaching career. When she returned to Arizona in 2021, she joined Peoria as an instructional coach at Cheyenne and was there for 2 years. Her first assistant principal position was at Kachina Elementary, where she began to discover her love and commitment to the community. And then she was moved to Vistancia, where she's been there for the last 3 years as assistant principal. During her tenure, she has led initiatives that foster academic success and a positive school culture. She has led many professional development sessions on instructional practices and effective use of student achievement data. We believe that her passion for student achievement and ability to build a strong culture will make her the right interim principal for Kachina, and we believe that the staff and community will agree. She earned her undergraduate degree in political science and communications, followed by a master's degree in elementary education from ASU, and she received her master's degree in school administration from East Carolina University. So administration recommends Ms. Steele as our interim principal for Kachina.
Thank you for that presentation. So board members, I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve the administrative appointment of Natalie Steele for the interim principal of Kachina Elementary School for the remainder of the 2025-2026 school year.
I will second. Sorry, Ms. Bowles, I wanted to take that second there. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by myself, Asher. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Yeah.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Congratulations.
Mrs. Steele is welcome to, has prepared a statement and would like to share her excitement for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests, I am honored to continue my leadership in Peoria Unified at Kachina Elementary. I stand here with very mixed emotions as my time at Vistancia comes to a close and my leadership at Kachina begins. I will forever be thankful for students, family, staff, and mentors I have had in my assistant principal role as they have shaped who I am as an educator and as a person. I'm thrilled to bring my experience to Kachina and to grow and learn alongside our students. The Kachina community is one near and dear to my heart, and although my first time there was short, it still feels like home. I'd like to take a moment to thank my family for their support, my husband, Tanner, my son, Jack, and my parents, Mike and Cindy. Also, my grandparents are here this evening. Several generations of my family have dedicated their careers to Peoria Unified, and I am proud to carry on this legacy. It is their never-ending love and belief in me that empowers me to serve others and to uphold the belief in every student every day. Thank you.
Principal Steele, could you come up to the podium so each board member can say a quick comment for you? Did that sound good? Yes. Okay. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to give comments?
I just want to say congratulations and thank you so much to you and all of the generations prior to you who've continued to stay here in Peoria. We really appreciate it, and I'm so honored to see you take over the reins over in Kachina, and I wish you the best of luck, and I can't wait to come see what you do over at that school. So happy to have you with us.
Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, any comments?
Yes, congratulations. Certainly come from a legacy family. We love your family, and we love what you bring to the district. You have served under some of the best, and it's very exciting to watch you step out on your own in that leadership role. And just we're very, very excited to support you in that, and also see what you bring to Kachina and the change that you'll be able to make there. So congratulations.
Mrs. Bowles, any comments?
Yes, I had the honor of being in a few meetings with you, and I'm extremely grateful you're going to Kachina. It's obvious that you care for those students. Again, seeing you care for other special ed kids in meetings that I've been in with you, and congratulations, but we're the recipient of you and what you bring, and so thank you for taking the position.
Clerk Toby, any comments?
Principal Steele, congratulations again, and I think I met your grandfather during the break, who was the CFO for our district, if I heard correctly. You are the epitome of Peoria-owned, Peoria-grown type of employees and students and everything that makes Peoria Unified great. And I appreciate you stepping up to this leadership role and position, and I'm excited to see what you bring. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know she looks at me because I'm probably going to start crying. It's hard for me to find the words because I got to see you every day and how you helped not only my kids, but their classmates, their friends, everybody at that school. And every morning you would just be right there in that front office, smiling, helping me with whatever I needed with my kids. And that's how I can attest to, I know you're going to do so amazing at Kachina. And all the moms and dads and grandparents at Kachina, like coming from the president of the board, but also as a mom myself at Vasansi Elementary, she's amazing. She will be transparent, she will be accountable, she will care for your children, she will be there every day, greeting them when they come into school, helping them with their writing assignments, coming up with ways of how to break down those writing assignments so that it clicks in the student's head. And I'm so excited that you're going to Kachina, but I'm also going to miss you at Vasansia. But I'm so glad that being as president on the board, I'll get to come and tour with you at Kachina. So I know that it's another door opening, and thank you so much for stepping up for this position, and to your family for being here as well and being a part of our district. So trying not to cry, but congratulations, Principal Steele.
Thank you.
And I don't know if you'd like a family photo real quick, if your family would like that. Oh, you did it already? Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right. Okay, with that, we will now move on to 4.1 recognitions, and I'll give you guys a few minutes if you also want to exit. I apologize, Ms. Ari, go ahead and move on.
That's okay. Thank you. And good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests. This evening, I am pleased to share the impressive work of some of our student leaders. As you know, we have so many student leaders and student groups across our campuses. As an extension of our award-winning career and technical education programs, DECA is a career and technical student organization, or CTE organization, that is geared for students who are entrepreneurs interested in marketing, finance, hospitality, or management. To qualify for chapter awards, it requires that the chapter present at a governing board meeting or to another civic organization about the benefits of being a DECA member. To help them reach this goal of spotlighting the work they're doing in their school-based enterprises, Mrs. Chris Quant, DECA advisor, who's here with us this evening, reached out to us and took the time to ask if the DECA students could come here to present to all of you. And of course, we want to support them in their effort to be able to apply for those awards. And so we are so pleased to have some incredible leaders with us tonight to share a little bit more about DECA with all of you. I will welcome up to the podium Brody Aranda from Centennial High School, Haley Braha and Abigail Herrera from Ironwood High School. You can come on up if you'd like. Ian Shaiji and Megan Stuber from Raymond S. Kellis High School. And I would like to have them present to you, if that would be all right, President Rooks.
Absolutely, we welcome this. Thank you so much. Welcome, DECA students.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, Dr. Summers, and community leaders. But on behalf of RSK DECA, we're honored to share some of the achievements that our chapter has accomplished this past year. But first, we are proud to share that RSK DECA was one of only 2 schools in the entire state of Arizona to complete all 5 chapter campaigns throughout the last school year. This includes the DECA Advocacy Campaign during the Career and Technical Education Month in February. This campaign raised awareness for the importance of CTE programs and highlighted the vital role DECA plays in preparing students for their future careers. We are also excited to share several recognitions and accomplishments. RSK DECA was named the 2025 Diamond Chapter Award winner for the very first time in our history, solidifying us as one of the best DECA chapters in Arizona, and we are on track to achieve this recognition again for this year. And our school-based enterprise received gold certification in food operations, and we are currently working towards recertifying in food operations and achieving gold certification in retail operations.
Last year, our chapter earned national recognition for completing all 5 DECA chapter campaigns: membership, advocacy, community service, promotion, and ethical leadership. RSK DECA sent 12 students to the International Career Development Conference, giving them the opportunity to compete, network with peers around the world, and learn at the highest level of DECA. Finally, we completed Arizona DECA's Community Service Challenge and received the statewide Community Service Award for our dedication to giving back. Each of these accomplishments represents not only the hard work and dedication of our students, but also the unwavering support of our teachers, administration, families, and community partners. Thank you for recognizing and supporting our career and technical education, and for continuing to champion programs like DECA that help students become leaders, entrepreneurs, and professionals for our future. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, Dr. Summers, and community members. My name is Haley Braha, and I am the president of Ironwood DECA. On behalf of our DECA chapter, I am honored to share some of the incredible accomplishments our chapter has accomplished in the past year. Ironwood is recognized as a 2025 Diamond Chapter Award winner, and we are already on track to win this again for the coming year. Our chapter also received national recognition for successfully completing 3 DECA chapter campaigns: membership, community service, and promotion. Because of these achievements, we were able to send 8 members to the International Career Development Conference. In addition to those members, 2 of our members placed at the state conference and competed at the national conference, and in total we took 10 members. This gave us opportunities to gain new connections and learn more about how to improve our chapter. We are especially proud to celebrate a huge leadership accomplishment of a member at our chapter. Ironwood's very own Abigail Herrera was elected to serve as Arizona DECA's Vice President of Marketing, the first ever state officer from Ironwood.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and community members for being here today. My name is Abby Herrera, and I am a senior at Ironwood High School. In addition to everything that Haley Braha has stated about Ironwood so far, our school-based enterprises reached an extraordinary milestone last year, earning both gold certification in food and retail. This distinction was accomplished by only 2 schools in the entire state of Arizona, Ironwood and Centennial, another school from the Peoria Unified School District, and just 17 schools nationwide. Even more impressive, Peoria Unified School District had not just 1, but 2 schools achieve this honor, with a 3rd currently working toward this recertification. We are also proud to recognize the dedication and excellence of our advisors. Mr. Ed Smith was honored for his remarkable 35 years of service to DECA, a legacy that has shaped the lives of countless students. And Mrs. Chris Quant was one of only 2 instructors from the state of Arizona to be selected to attend the prestigious DECA Luminaries Conference in San Francisco this past summer. Each of these accomplishments reflects the hard work of our students and our advisors and the leadership that they present to us, the tremendous support that we receive from our school, district, and community. Thank you for recognizing and supporting the career and technical education programs and are championing programs like DECA that empower students to grow as leaders, innovators, and future professionals.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Brody Aranda, and I'm the president of Centennial DECA. And since joining DECA at my school, I've had the incredible pleasure of watching my peers and fellow students grow into more confident versions of themselves, developing leadership, communication, and professional skills along the way. Without a doubt, I am extremely proud and grateful for the opportunity to lead such an amazing organization. That being said, today I'd like to highlight the many accomplishments Centennial DECA has achieved over the past year. To start, all DECA chapters operate what's called a student-based enterprise. Centennial is one of the only two schools in Arizona and only 17 nationwide to hold gold certification for both food and retail operations, an achievement that earned us national recognition. Continuing on a national level, Centennial also sent 5 students, including myself, to compete at DECA's International Career Development Conference, where we proudly represented our school and our state on the international stage. Community involvement is another area we take great pride in. Last year, our chapter earned Gold Level Community Service Award from Arizona DECA, recognizing our countless hours of dedication and service towards meaningful causes. At the state level, we're especially proud of our former president, Isaiah Hallinan, who now serves at Arizona's DECA's Vice President of Alumni Relations. We couldn't be any more prouder to have Centennial represented in our state leadership. Looking to the present, Centennial is on track to earn Diamond Chapter certification, one of the highest honors a chapter can receive. This would mark one of our first times in many years that our chapter has reached this level of excellence. I can confidently say that our members are committed to continuing this momentum and bringing great recognition not only to Centennial High School, but to the entire Peoria Unified School District. Thank you all for your time and continued support of our program.
Thank you for those wonderful presentations. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any board member comments?
I do. I mean, all I can say is wow. You guys have done so much. It's so amazing to sit here and be able to hear all of the work that's gone into this. I know you have some really great advisors and staff that helped you guys to have all of these great accomplishments. You're being recognized nationally, and that's amazing. I can't wait to see what you guys do beyond high school. You're our next generation. So thank you so much for everything you do. Congratulations. And I can't wait to hear your continued stories. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit. Oh, any board member comments? Sorry.
Just piggybacking off of what Ms. Ewing said, you are truly doing PUSD proud. You have been to several board meetings over the past few months, and you always are so articulate. You represent, I think, our hope for every student as you were going over, that you have confidence, that you're developing your leadership skills, that you're learning professional skills. You are truly doing us all so proud with how you present yourself, how you're leading your communities, and just what you bring to your school communities. And I will say, I've been to a lot of academic awards assemblies and shook a lot of your hands because you're getting academic awards too. So way to go, excelling in all the areas. And just like Ms. Ewing said, I cannot wait to see what you do because I'm sure it's going to be absolutely exceptional.
Mrs. Bowles, any board member comments?
I do. Future leaders, I don't really need to say that, but I will say that you absolutely portray that. I think Eon and Reagan, you're kind of family here now because you've been here so many times. And that's very unusual. You just have to hear that. Like, we don't get to see repetitive students in the boardroom. And I have a lot of respect for you for just that reason alone, because it's not the most exciting place to be. But I appreciate that. And DECA, you already know how I feel about that. Diamond was like so far out there for me because I came from a little cow town, but DECA is very close to my heart. You are definitely leaders. I think the thing that I love about DECA, and you've said it over and over many times tonight, is your community service. That, to me, balances you out to give back. And I appreciate that being part of the program, but You guys have went above and beyond, and every single one of you have mentioned community services that you've done in the community, and that's a big deal. You're going to go far because you do that, and I just want to say I'm positive that I'll probably see one of you on Shark Tank someday. And I can't not say that without saying this. Your teachers are, your mentors are. You wouldn't be here if that weren't the case. I'm positive of that. So kudos to your teachers, your mentors. But you're going to go far, and that's exciting for us. So thank you for being here. Thank you for working so hard and coming up to the plate for your peers and the next generation.
Clerk Toby, do you have any board comments?
Yes, great job. I think that every time that you guys have addressed the board, you guys have been professional, eloquent, and it's very evident the leadership roles that you guys play. I know that your mentors are probably very proud of you and all of your accomplishments. We're proud of you and everything that you've done with Peoria and the recognitions that you've gotten and the ones that you will get hopefully this next year. Keep striving and leading with excellence. Thank you.
Yes, I just standing there, your presence, I can see it. Like you guys are professional, you're learning those leadership skills. Even when we're up here giving you comments, I'm watching and you're just still like you have it trained, like you have it down to, and that just stands out to me because that just shows how dedicated you are. You guys have been, a few of you have been in our board meetings, and I love seeing that. I love seeing you guys come and speak, and I'm just amazed every time you guys come, like listening to your comments that you make, your everything that you detail in your programs that you work on. And I love hearing about it because a lot of times like we're up here looking at policies, we're looking at budgets. And so this is like the better thing to hear in the boardroom is all of the accomplishments that you guys have done and you're working towards. So I want to say thank you for doing that and sharing it with the board and also our viewers at home because they get to hear you guys as well. And that's awesome. We want them to hear all of your accomplishments and everything that you're doing, and also to your advisors. I know one of your advisors is sitting over there, so thank you. If we could give her an applause real quick. Because I know it takes a lot of hours and dedication into their lives, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. And if you could please let your other advisors know from myself, the president of the board, thank you as well for their dedication to you guys and your program, and I hope you guys keep coming back. So thank you so much again. Moving on now to 5, opening public comment. 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have a couple of public comments, so you will have 3 minutes. Christine, is it Quinat? Quat.
Kind of ironic. I am the DECA advisor at Ironwood High School, and I am here requesting that you revisit the caffeine policy. So after some research, when I was here 4 weeks ago, I asked for some of the information that was used to develop the policy, especially the term ultra-caffeinated beverage. Unfortunately, we can't find any guidelines on what constitutes an ultra-caffeinated beverage, and wasn't a clear answer either in the research that was done for the policy itself. So I'm asking that you guys revisit it. I have a couple of suggestions, and you guys were so generous in looking at our suggestions regarding the student boundaries policy. So first of which, I'd like you guys to re-examine the classification of what an ultra-caffeinated beverage is. Some of our research outlines it to be anything over 200 milligrams. Currently, the American Pediatrics Association says that students, specifically 12 to 18-year-old students, should have less than 100 milligrams. And the beverages that were being sold in our stores were all less than that total amount In fact, none of our stores were selling Celsius. It was the vending machines that were selling these ultra caffeinated beverages, to use the term loosely. We'd like the policy to reflect low caffeinated beverages that could include hot chocolate, small coffees, decaffeinated teas, and then ironically, some milk and plant-based milks have caffeine in them. But if you look at some of them, what could be termed as a moderate caffeinated beverage, it could include 1 8-ounce coffee, 1 small can of Red Bull, which has less than 100 milligrams of caffeine, and possibly 2 sodas. And none of our stores sell regular soda because of the sugar content. But an excessive, and we would encourage a prohibited beverage, would include high stimulant energy drinks, energy shots, and ultra caffeinated beverages, including coffee like Death Wish coffee and Black Insomnia. Those contain between 200 and 700 milligrams. We'd ask that you revisit that soon. Thank you. Oh, and we'd like to be a part of that process.
Next public comment comes from Kelly Lenacher.
Sorry, I'm nervous. Good evening, governing board members. My name is Kelly Lenacher, and I am a parent at Canyon Elementary. I'm here tonight to speak about someone who has changed my child's life, Mrs. Amber Chudzik, a school social worker who became his lifeline. In kindergarten, my son began showing tics. None of us really understood what was happening. Then came first grade, and it was truly the hardest year of his life. Every morning he would cry, panic, and throw up in the car, sometimes even after we got to school. He was struggling with severe anxiety, and with a family history of agoraphobia, we were scared. By second grade, it just became a way of life. That's what we did. We fought and cried, and we threw up, and eventually we went to school. But if I'm being honest, sometimes we didn't even get that far. We missed a lot of school, and we didn't know what to do. In third grade, Mrs. Chudzik came into our lives. She didn't just offer support, she showed up for him. She listened and she understood. She helped us find the right people, and when I couldn't be at school to comfort him or give him strength, she was there. She became his safe person, the one who helped him when the world felt overwhelming. March of that year, COVID came. My son was afraid to leave the house, even to go to the grocery store. Through all of that chaos, Mrs. Chudzik stayed steady. She never gave up on him. We had some hard days, some hard weeks, and some really hard years. I love my son so much, and I wish you could understand how hard all of the days in between were. It was everything and it was everywhere. Our entire world revolved around his anxiety. It breaks my heart to know how hard it has been for him just to exist. Today, my son is in 8th grade. He still struggles, but he's come so far. He eats, breathes, and sleeps baseball. It's his passion. And even though he sometimes gets sick before games, he still walks out on that field and he plays. He pushes through, even when it's hard and even when he's scared. I can honestly say that without Mrs. Chudzik, there's no way he'd be able to pursue his passion. There's no way he would have had the tools or the confidence to keep going, which is why I'm asking you, please don't take her away. Not every child comes from a perfect home. Not every family has the training or resources to recognize what their child needs. Without educated, caring professionals like Mrs. Chudzik, families like mine would struggle alone. She is not just another employee. She is the reason my son walks into school and onto the baseball field each day with hope instead of fear. Please don't take that away from him or from the next child who needs someone like her. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Trina Burke.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board. First, I want to give a shout out to all of my elementary cohort teachers that are working the very long days this week in parent-teacher conferences. And to my high school students, I am very sorry you do not also have early release today and tomorrow, since we were asked that question multiple times. No. I was able to hit my son's conference today, and next year, his goes away since he'll be up here, at Ironwood with me. So big shout out to my elementary teachers. This is a very, very long week. And we have a very much needed break coming up. We are very thankful for this 5 days that we have coming up. We absolutely love the schedule for sure. Also want to give a big shout out to Melissa Ewing. Thank you so much for all the help you've been doing with the override. As ProudFit, I've seen a couple of different things from you, and I appreciate your help as well. Mr. Toby, you've posted a few things on social media and have allowed me to have dialogue with people who definitely do not agree with me. It has been very open and respectful dialogue, and while I will never change some of these people's minds, I do want to continue putting accurate information out there, and that getting rid of administration will not solve all of our budget issues. We are not living out of our means just because of an override. And it's really hard for people to wrap their minds around how big our budget is, but the answer is not just cut it admin. Like, that's not actually what the issue is. Besides the fact most teachers will tell you, most educators, most employees will tell you, we want good admin, we don't want no admin. Like, we want good admin because that's what makes or breaks a campus. So I appreciate the fact that you leave these posts open and allow me to have that dialogue that I've had a few times with a couple different people now. I'm not able to see everyone's social media, so I'm not able to see what else is on there because I am blocked in some places. But I do appreciate all the people that have come out. Last Saturday, we had an amazing turnout for walking. It was the biggest canvassing turnout that I have ever seen, which gives me a lot of hope. We had a lot of employees there. We had really great conversations. I discovered that, like, I walked and talked to a person who is a geologist and wife was a military meteorologist, and I'm like, this is everything I teach. Let's have a conversation. And this all started because I complimented the tree in the front yard. So we have great conversations with neighbors. I encourage you to come out. There is one this Saturday. Hopefully it won't get rained out. Thank you, Hurricane Priscilla. If you haven't been canvassing yet, it is very easy. There's plenty of us that have done it, and we will walk you through it. We need drivers if you're not ready to actually talk to people and knock on doors yet. There's phone banking, and we're hoping we get one more. And I really hope to continue to see a big push from our board for this very necessary 15% override. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Izzy Hernando and Charmel Bolster. There's two names on here, so I just wasn't sure. Okay. All right. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Good evening, President Rooks and Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and guests, and all who are listening online. Several meetings ago, I stood here and announced a Young Singers competition sponsored by the West Valley Chorale, of which I am a member. This competition is open to all high school juniors and seniors throughout the greater Phoenix area. This year, we had 8 vocal students to apply, one of which is from Peoria Unified School District. The student applied last year as a junior and didn't win, but was strongly encouraged to apply again the following year. She competed again and was one of 2 first-place winners. She is from Sunrise Mountain High School and will receive a scholarship award, and this is confirmed. She doesn't even know this. And it is confirmed she will receive a $1,000 scholarship and the opportunity to sing at one of our 2 concerts that we have during the season. So it gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce Isabella Herndon, Izzy for short, and she would like to say a few words, but before she does that, I would also like to recognize her father, Mr. Herndon, who was here with her tonight. So Izzy, I'll let you take over.
Azure, could you give her an extra 3 minutes so that way we have time for her to hear?
So much, thank
Yes.
you. Hello, my name is Izzy. I'm 17 years old and I'm a senior at Sunrise Mountain High School. One of the only reasons I was prepared for the Young Singers competition was because of the arts programs in our district. I've been lucky enough to take part in literally every single possible program our district has to offer. Jazz band, concert band, marching band, orchestra, choir, theater, dance, you name it, I've probably done it. And I've seen firsthand how powerful the arts can be. Studies have proven again and again how much students involved in the arts perform better academically, develop stronger leadership skills, and so much more through teaching us to think creatively and spatially. For myself, my studies in the arts, I believe, have helped me become a more well-rounded individual. not to toot my own horn, but I have received top test scores in this country and have been academically awarded. And the arts have given me the confidence and leadership also to be completing my Eagle Scout rank in the next few months. And beyond the facts, the arts gives something that you can't measure, an outlet. For so many students, not just me, it is one place where they can express themselves. I've seen my peers grow, discover themselves, and become well-rounded individuals through the arts. And I've seen it in myself as well. I wouldn't be the person I am today without these arts programs. The arts don't just support students who want to become musicians and actors in the futures, they also support students like me who want to go into things such as medicine or STEM. And I implore all of you to please support the arts and continue to support and fund them, because you're not just funding these classes, you're funding the futures of so many kids in this district. Thank you.
In conclusion, I'd just like to add a few words to what she said and say thank you to Izzy's family. Her father is here, as I said. To her teachers for their support, also for the board for supporting our fine arts program. Not all students have an opportunity to study privately, as she has had, but they are dependent solely on our school system for these skills. And it's also the training that they need to help apply for the scholarships. Oftentimes, their training begins in school and then enables them to apply later. So what you do from the dais has a domino effect, which can enable our students to receive opportunities such as this one, and for students like Izzy. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we can't respond to public comments, but I'm sure that we'll have board members reaching out with Mrs. Airy maybe to work on that. So thank you. Next public comment is Jody Brackett.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to come to, I have some major concerns. Through a public record request about a social worker and through an investigation, we have learned that the principal of the PFA school and board member Melissa Ewing knew that this social worker took minors off campus and without parents or district permission. This is the social worker, Ross, that claimed to investigators that PFA Principal Sybil Jacobs and POSD board member Melissa Ewing knew everything Ross did. As that she had said, she knows very well and even brags to Melissa, the board member, about how her social worker goes so above and beyond and does all these great things like taking them to doctor's appointments. The social worker claimed that she also posed as a minor's parent to a doctor, explain what medications the minor should be given. That's a very disturbing. Ross took a minor student to a doctor for a birth control. Ross said that she effectively stood in as the child's mother by advising the doctor on which medications the child should receive. The child wanted me to speak to the doctor on the patient's behalf. I was able to tell the doctor about their medical history and recommend different medication than what the doctor would have prescribed if I wasn't there, said Ross. I would have loved for her mother to be there, but that just didn't occur. I just want to know what's going to be done about this and what has been done about this and for the future and for accountability. So I don't know if anybody can contact me or email me or that's just very disturbing, and I'm very concerned about this. Thank you.
Dr. Summers' administration, if you could follow up with the public comments.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And that concludes our public comments. Just so everybody's aware, the only time that a board member may respond is if there is criticism under public comment. So I will give that opportunity. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to respond?
Yes, I would like to respond. So I don't know what part I'm most upset with. 2 years ago, my name was mentioned in a record, at which time I had no awareness that my name was mentioned until all of these documents were records requested and then posted all over Facebook. So you have an employee who was very, very unprofessional, and as a result, tried to defame board members and tried to defame a board member and also a principal. And what's worse is that the HR never notified me and continued to allow that defamation to continue. And I had a conversation with Dr. Summers of how can we make sure that this doesn't continue to happen, that we have disgruntled employees when their behavior is unprofessional, and that board members are not made aware that their name is in there. Because those absolutely was not aware of any of those things. And I had no opportunity to put anything in that record stating that. And I feel like as board members, we should be notified if our name is being defamed like that, and we should have the opportunity to respond. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Moving on now to 6, board and superintendent comments. 6.1, board member comments. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. Wasn't ready right away. Okay, so we're just at board comments. So our high schools, 7 of them have been, over the last couple of weeks, have been having their academic awards ceremonies. And Ms. Proudfit has been to many of them with me. But that is one of the, in addition to seeing the academic awards or just the accomplishments of our students in the boardrooms, it's such an honor to be able to attend those and see all the awards given. And we estimated that of the 7 high schools, we have almost 3,500 students that were awarded with some type of academic award. And that is absolutely amazing. And it's so inspiring to be in those rooms with those parents who are just beaming with pride with their students' accomplishments. And I'm so happy that I have an opportunity to be there. And also, I've been out in the last 2 weeks. I've been out to, I think, 11 elementary schools now, just advocating for the community to get behind and support all of the great things that are in the override. And I just have had so many great conversations. And I want to give a shout out to a couple of principals who have, on their own time, and inspired their staff on their own time to get out there and continue to talk to the neighbors and talk to them how important this is. Ms. Brill, I'd like to recognize you. I'm going to give you a pin. I'd like to recognize Ms. Burkow over at Desert Harbor, and then Bridget Stockwell, Ms. Stockwell, she's been out there as well. So I just really appreciate those folks being out there. And then Mr. Toby and I'm sure he'll comment on this, we got an opportunity to tour with Miss Boca, Miss Arizona, if I got her name right. And we got to go to Peoria Elementary, Peoria Flex Academy, Peoria High School, and the Met Academy. And anytime we have an opportunity to take a community member around to show them our great programs, and every time she saw our students who came out, we had 2 students over at Peoria Flex Academy, Jaden and Deshawn, who helped tour us around. We had at Peoria Elementary School, it was Samantha and Trinity, so I want to thank them. And we also got to go in to see Mrs. Candasso's 1st grade class and Mrs. Briggs' 3rd grade class. In Peoria High School, we had Francesca and Alexia who walked us around and explained everything about all of those schools and those programs. And of course, I want to thank Ms. Curry over at the Med Academy for everything she does over there. But I can say that our visitor was absolutely amazed at everything they saw, and we're looking forward to seeing how we can partner with her to elevate all the great things that are happening in our schools. And congratulations, Charmel, for bringing forward a student and celebrating her with us. So thank you, and that's all I have this time. Thanks.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any board member comments?
Yes, I wanted to just let you know what I've been up to and what I have been able to do as a board member over the past few weeks. As Mrs. Ewing said, we're in academic awards season, and I will say the boardroom is great, but I love being able to attend the events where the students are being highlighted. And so I was able to attend the Centennial Awards, Kellis Awards, Liberty Awards, Sunrise Mountain Awards. We have Peoria and Ironwood are coming up. And like Ms. Ewing said, it was like 3,600 students. It was an incredible, incredible amount of recognition. And I'm always so, just so amazed at how our students represent and some of the things they're achieving, not just on a district level, but also on a national level with some of these recognitions. I was able to attend the third community facilities input meeting. This was amazing. And this was the third in a series of 3. And administration's been doing a great job of being able to gather different stakeholders in the community and opening up the dialogue about facility, about ways we can improve the district, improve the learning experience. And they have them break out into different rooms, and we kind of, as district, kind of walked in, just listened to everybody. And what was really shocking is they're all in different rooms on different sides of campus, and every group was essentially saying the same thing. And so I think the mission that we set out with these community input meetings was to really, really hone in on what the community is thinking and feeling, and it's been very consistent, and district will be presenting that to us. But great job to our cabinet for ensuring that those events happened. Very grateful to be able to attend. Lots of Sunrise Mountain stuff this week. I was able to attend the Sunrise Mountain Kellis volleyball game where one of our student athletes, Brooke Jenkins, who is a D1 commit athlete, actually reached a really important milestone of 1,000 kills in her high school career. So she was able to celebrate that with a lot of support from both the Kellis and Sunrise Mountain community. So congratulations, Brooke. I've been able to support our override with some of our students, and that has been really interesting, the conversations we've been had. And like I said to the DECA students, it is so incredible to watch our students grow into young adults who are civically minded and who critically think and who ask great questions and are figuring this out and then plugging into the community where they can make the biggest difference. I did want to give a plug. If you're like me and you're a busy parent, we have lots of fundraisers for tons of organizations at many restaurants. I almost could go to a different restaurant every night of the week and support some kind of organization or other. And so just be on the lookout for that. I was also able to drop into a classroom, one of our med sciences classroom taught by Ms. Jacobs. Ms. Jacobs is the niece of one of our Pride of Peoria winners and also Raymond S. Kellis, Patty Arkin, so another legacy family. And this is the second classroom of med sciences I've been able to stop in this semester, and it just continually amazes me with what we are providing our students in CTE. And then finally, I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Summers, who was able to attend a city council meeting, so another very long meeting. He was able to give a presentation, recognize some of our principals, and I wasn't able to be there because I was at the aforementioned event, but I've heard he was a smashing success and represented us well, so thank you, Dr. Summers. And I think that is it.
Mrs. Bowles, any board member comments?
I think Becky covered everything that happened in the last month. Just kidding. There is a lot going on and a lot of good things going on. I want to put a shout out to Club America, which I have had the privilege of working with some students in, but particularly Liberty, because they have 50 kids show up at their first club meeting, and that was just very encouraging seeing the trajectory of where they're headed with those clubs. And so congratulations, Liberty. I hope to bring a little competition from school to school, but Club America is a really good thing. The next item I have is not, it's more of a national recognition that I'm excited about. Pleased to announce the Department of Education will soon issue new guidance protecting the right to prayer in all of our public schools. Personally, I think if we did more of that, we probably would have a less of the aggression and things that are happening, but I am very excited to hear that. And then I do want to address one of the issues that came out in an article, Arizona Daily Independent, and somebody did already speak to this, Peoria School. It's the title of the article is Peoria School Social Worker Goes Rogue, Arizona Daily Independent. Because I was not on the board at that time and I didn't know all the ins and outs, because sometimes you don't because things happen behind executive session doors. But I do remember addressing it in the podium. My question is, and my concern is, and I know Ms. Ewing had said she didn't do this, but it was that employee did point out that Ms. Ewing, a current board member, did know about what was going on. I challenge you to read that article because it is very, very concerning, calling parents wolves and a bunch of stuff. As far as I know, that employee is no longer in this district. But I do have a question about the principal that's still in this district that knew that this was happening. And the other thing that was concerning, more up-to-date concerning, is that I was contacted by community members that there's been some discussion on social media. Melissa Ewing has been discussing things that have happened behind executive session closed doors, and that's a big deal. And that resulted in a filing with the Attorney General's office. So we do need to investigate that and maybe even come up with procedures to handle that. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any board comments?
Yeah, so I appreciate everybody coming tonight. I know I was absent the last board meeting where President Rooks tried to steal my chair, but I will not allow it. I was actually in Georgia where I was able to teach with over 1,200 law enforcement professionals, as well as learn myself about best practices in real-time crime, public safety, and things of that nature. And I will say, talking from people around the nation as well as around the world, I'm very proud of the model that we're setting up here for Peoria Unified. As far as our safety profile, our tactical stance, much credit to Dr. Summers, Mr. Molino, and Director Richards. I think that we still have room to grow, and I think that we'll start seeing some of these steps in the next, hopefully the next year or so. But I will say it was a privilege. Peoria PD was also out there. I was able to teach and learn alongside of our law enforcement partners in Georgia. Overall, a great experience. And then I was also invited to participate in Grand Canyon University. They had a tabletop scenario of active aggression where reunification was the topic of discussion. For those that may not be sped up on some of this stuff, Arizona Department of Education has new rules when it comes to our safety plans, where reunification has to be a specifically spelled out policy. How are we going to get our kids back to their parents in a crisis situation? And Grand Canyon University is definitely been ahead of the curve when they've been talking about this, how they're going to be proactive. Because those that may not know, they have actually a K-12 campus as well, not just a university. So they have the whole dynamic to look at. So I was able to walk into there both with my professional hat as well as my school board member hat, and to provide them best practices as we have experienced them. And as Mrs. Ewing said, we did tour with Mrs. Arizona America, Mrs. Monet Bax, who I don't know how she did it in those heels, man, but all those campuses, a lot of steps. I think I logged maybe just 7,000 steps just in that tour alone. But it was a privilege to have her on campus highlighting. She's also a Peoria alumni, so back to what I was saying earlier, Peoria owned, Peoria grown. We see it time and time again. We see legacy families in our district, and it's just a very, very positive experience to have that in our district. And I will say, speaking of school safety, tomorrow night's Liberty Centennial football game, you might want to get there a little early. We are going to be trying out the weapons detection system at the game as a part of a pilot program. So we hope everything will go as smoothly as possible, but get there early. Thank you.
Yes, I want to say thank you and ahead of the game tomorrow night to the Peoria PD and our security team there, our SROs there, and all the staff that will be monitoring that game. And I hope both teams do well in the game and enjoy it for our families as well. Yes, so I did want to bring up just a couple things. So a couple weeks ago, we had a conference with the trust. I didn't really get to touch on it. So one of the things I heard from one of the guest speakers there in the trust conference was he mentioned that we are still people. And so I bring that up because our last board meeting, somebody had gone and stated, Mrs. Bowles missing so many wonderful things that are going on in our district. And I just want to remind everybody that we're volunteers. We have day jobs, and I know everybody tries to take off work to try to make it to everything that we can because we don't want to miss those amazing things that are going on in our district. So I just wanted to make sure, give a little bit of grace when it comes to the scheduling that we're trying, even though you don't see all of the things that we go to that are advertised on social media of all the different events. That doesn't mean that we're not doing stuff behind the scenes. There's still a lot of phone calls, meetings, that we all attend as well. And so if we could just have the grace period on that we have jobs and children as families as well. So just wanted to bring up that and go into the tour for Miss Arizona America, Mrs. Monet Bax. I did reach out to her and I had asked if she would love to come and tour some of our schools. She was also Mrs. Peoria, so that's why I just loved to showcase and see if she'd be willing to come and tour. And I heard that it was great. She emailed me, said it was amazing. I was going to be there, but my son had a medical emergency. So I was really bummed to not be there to see how excited she would be. But she said she wants to bring some of her sisters, which is, in the Queen's world there, to come and volunteer at some of the programs at the schools, and just anything that she can come and help with her fellow group so that it just is teaching for our students. She offered that, so I followed up with Ms. Airy so that we can continue that partnership with her. So I'm so glad. Thank you to the staff that set it up, all the students that were there to show off all of the amazing things, and Dr. Summers and Dr. Hernandez and Mrs. Airy for being there, as well as Clerk Toby and Mrs. Ewing for being there as well. I was going to give a shout out to our academic award recipients for our students. That's amazing to hear all of the wonderful, I've been watching them online with the viewership live feed. So congratulations to all those students, the staff for helping them, and then the families that were there to congratulate their kids. I do want to say also to the, Mrs. Bowles brought it up, the Club Americas, the Turning Point USA Club Americas, are starting chapters at some of the schools. Liberty did have theirs this week. And I just also want to say thank you to the staff advisors that are taking on another thing to do with those clubs so that those students can have that opportunity. I just want to give a shout out to that because I know it's another thing adding to the plate, but I want to make sure that we appreciate that as well for those staff advisors that are willing to do that. And then, let's see, I did hear great things. Dr. Summers presented at the PUPC meeting. It was actually after our agenda meeting, me and Clerk Toby. He had to jump right into that meeting with our PUPC, Parent United, Peoria, Parent United PC. Yeah, thank you, sorry. And I heard great things from some of the parents there. They appreciated you and Mrs. Rodriguez, that I believe was there as well, presenting on that. So thank you. And I do kind of want to say thank you to our high schools. A lot of our cheer palm clinics around the high schools, the cheer coaches, pom coaches, all the cheerleaders, and the pom teams. They all did clinics for families who brought in their younger girls so that they could participate. So I want to say thank you to them because that was really great to see. Sunrise Mountain had theirs, Liberty, and I believe Cactus, but I'm following them on social media, so thank you to them. And I will end that I am also echoing a little bit of Mrs. Bowles' statement on I am just a little disappointed with finding out of a principal knew about some of the things that were going on with the social worker and going outside of their scope, and also a board member. I mean, that was just very hard to read that in the public records of that article. So I just find that very disappointing, and I will probably follow up at the end of our meeting. So with that, that concludes my board member comments. So I will turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Summers, 6.2.
Mrs. Rooks, there was one accomplishment that I forgot to mention.
Okay.
And Dr. Summers may be mentioning it, but at Liberty High School, we did have one national merit semifinalist, so I forgot to mention that. And that was pretty amazing because the entire room gave a standing ovation for this student. So I just forgot to mention that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Summers.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet, and guests. So definitely an inspiring and engaging few weeks across our district. Honored to share a few other highlights as I think about all the things I'm sharing, and then there's all the other things that continue to get mentioned. I don't know that there's a way to catch them all. However, I wrote down some notes, so I'm going to ad-lib a little bit, but I'd like to start by elevating our Student Council Leadership Day, which was a couple Saturdays ago. And I had the privilege of joining student leaders from across our district at Paseo Verde Elementary. And it was truly an incredible morning full of energy, ideas, and laughter as students explored what it truly means to lead and take a chance on leadership, because the theme was Monopoly related. So I did also have the honor to share just a quick keynote around the theme of lead. And we used the acronym LISTEN, ENGAGE, ACT, and DREAM. And I do have to tell you, these young leaders absolutely embodied every piece of that. They listened to each other with respect, they engaged with enthusiasm, and they acted with courage during a number of the team activities. And they did dream big about the kind of difference they want to make on their campuses. I won't give you all the details. I'll follow up with you on the one of the cooler ones. I'll just give a shout out to all the kids, but there was one in particular who really kind of dropped the mic on what it means to be the best in the world. But I truly just want to elevate and give a heartfelt thank you to all of the advisors, all of the administrators and other staff who made that event such a success, gave up some of their time on a Saturday. And again, all of our students who remind us all why leadership and learning to lead matters so much. Also want to elevate a GCU, or Grand Canyon University Para Performer of the Month. We celebrated Miss Lisa Sanchez from Country Meadows Elementary, who was recognized by GCU as the Para Performer of the Month. Ms. Sanchez goes above and beyond for her students every single day, and her principal, Mrs. Stockwell, shared that her care and positivity inspires not just students, but her colleagues as well. So we want to congratulate Ms. Sanchez, and a big, big thank you to all of our paraprofessionals across Peoria Unified for the heart and commitment that they bring to our schools. Also in the spirit of elevating our staff, this monsoon that we had just a couple weeks ago, and a big appreciation to our facilities team. Of course, we had weather then, and seems like we're going to be having weather right around the corner as well. But I do want to just elevate and recognize our fantastic facilities team, led by Dr. Adam Larson, supported as well by Kevin Molino, and then all the individuals who just were out there in the rain, the wind, and all the elements, ensuring that our campuses stayed safe and operational. And we know that this work often goes unnoticed because it's behind the scenes, but it is super essential to keeping our learning moving forward for our 34,000 plus students. And again, we're grateful for every one of them. So a couple of other notes. Yes, did want to shout out all of our teachers who are engaging with that parent conference week and wish them all a fantastic and well-deserved fall break. Definitely want to also elevate all the great academic awards and all the other shout outs. And thank you, Ms. Ewing, for mentioning the National Merit semifinalist. I know there are others, and I believe we had elevated them in another meeting. I didn't write all that down today, but we can make sure to reiterate that big shout out. Thank you, President Rooks, for also mentioning the Peoria United Parent Council meeting. That was super well attended. Thank you to our friends over at Oakwood Elementary and all of the parents who engaged in that particular event. That was truly a treat. Also want to acknowledge and shout out the City of Peoria for the opportunity to visit at their City Council meeting last Tuesday. I say it like it was, last 2 weeks ago. It was only 2 nights ago. And speaking of last night, Mrs. Ari and I hosted School Finance Live. We had a great conversation with community members about district finances and the upcoming override election. So if you missed it, you can still catch the recording on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/@PUSD official channel, or visit peoriaunified.org/election to learn more. And Mrs. Ari, you just gave me the live numbers. So far we've had more than 625 views and 359 views last night alone. So thank you for all of you that are tuning in. That's truly appreciated, and thank you for your engagement and the honest questions that are being asked. Also last night, and you're gonna wonder how in the world are we doing all of this, but had the privilege of attending the District Honor Choir performance performed at Sunrise Mountain High School under the direction of guest conductor Troy Meeker. It was an outstanding performance. Our students filled the auditorium with music that was truly, I think goosebumps is one way to put it, but it was elevating in so many different ways. So just a big, huge shout out to Mr. Meeker, all of our high school choir directors, and all of our music educators across the district. And a big shout out to our interim arts director, Stacy Hamilton, as well. And of course, the families who nurture and support these young musicians. And just, again, another powerful reminder of all of the ability of our arts programs to bring all of our people together. And one more, National Principals Month recognition. So this is National Principals Month, and we definitely want to close with some gratitude for all of our fantastic school leaders. As you all know, our principals carry the responsibility of shaping the culture, supporting staff, and guiding students every single day. And their work is demanding. It is deeply meaningful. And I just want to encourage everyone in our community to take a moment to thank a principal and an assistant principal this month. So to all of our fantastic Peoria Unified principals, you are the heartbeat of our campuses. Thank you for leading with purpose, compassion, and courage. And that concludes my comments for this evening. Thank you very much. President Rooks, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on now to 7 action items. So we already had the 7.1, the administrative recommendation appointment. So we're moving to 7.2, discussion and consideration of the 2024-2025 annual financial reports presented by Mrs. Marcy Rodriguez. And we do not have any public comment tied to this line item.
Good evening, board members. Thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, board members, cabinet, and guests, and our community. So this evening, the annual financial report is required to be presented to the governing board and our community annually. Yes, see? Let me get my clicker. So, just want to set the framework for the purpose of presenting this information. It is for transparency of our community and how we're expending our funds, for compliance, and then also accountability. So here are here's the statute that establishes those compliance guidelines for us. So an annual financial report will be filed every year on or before October 15th. We're meeting that presenting this evening to the governing board. And then we will be asking you after the presentation to formally approve this so that we can submit it to the Department of Education. That goes to the Department of Education. It also gets published on our website. We have several years of these reports out on our website so that our community can see how we are spending all of their money. But I just want to go back a little bit in time and see where we've been. Me being new to the district, it really helps me to see the history of what our spending patterns have been, to be able to really evaluate where we are today and how we're spending our funds. So remember the last meeting, I shared lots and lots of data. There's lots of different sources for data. So it's been brought to my attention that there is a source for data called Common Sense Institute. They publish data about all school districts and how school districts are spending their money. There are different ways, as we saw with the Auditor General's report, to pull data out of our annual financial report. So when I look at our data, I'm looking at our annual financial report and how those expenditures are reported to you annually. The data that is from Common Sense Institute, I'm not quite sure what funds they're looking at. It does define their definition of capital. And I was able to identify that, yes, when I look at our annual financial report, under their definition of capital, it does match when I pull those numbers out. But I wasn't quite matching the total expenditures for 2019 and 2024. So these are the years, just a snapshot of those 2 years. So I just want to make a note that when you're looking at data, there are different data sources. And we're going to focus on our annual financial report this evening and how that data is presented to you. So I just want to look at a couple of things because when I'm looking at the difference in the growth and the expenditures from 19 to 24, I want to make sure that I'm identifying how that growth occurred. And doing a little bit of research, and I have been in the school system for a little bit, about 20, 25 years, and so I experienced 19 to 24, and I know the things that happened. What was the big thing that happened to us in 2020? And then we know that there were some changes in our economy as far as inflationary types of items. So we've got some factors that we need to consider when we're comparing what happened in 2019 and then what happened in 2024. So let's just take a look at a couple of things that I know that happened in the funding formulas. So these increases were a mix of, there was an infusion of $9.5 million that was allocated by the state legislature into school finance, the formula. It was a one-time funding mechanism that they gave to compensate us for some lack of funding that they had done over several years, and they had some surplus, so they gave it back to education, which is phenomenal. It was wonderful that they were able to do that. We saw increases with our unrestricted capital per ADM funding, 21.9%, which was much needed because that capital formula had not been increased for several years. The other thing we saw was our maintenance and operations, our M&O base level funding, which is a per pupil, which we typically see at a rate of about 2% increase in that formula a year. We're able to receive some higher weights and special needs populations. Those students get funded at a higher rate than just general education students. And then additional funding came on board for some poverty and free reduced lunch and gifted. The classroom site fund, 79.2% increase in that funding formula. Incredible. That's sales tax driven. And that's also as a result of some state trust land money that has now come back in to be allocated back out to our schools through that funding mechanism. And then, of course, we all are familiar with the COVID-19 federal relief funds that just in the year 2024, we received $24.6 million. Total for all years in that money, Peoria Unified received $96 million in that federal relief funds money. So those are some highlights. So now let's take those and break them down just a little bit. So what I wanted to see was where was that major fund difference at? So if we're looking at all of our funds as a whole, how do they all accumulate to being that, what we're looking at about 34% increase between those, what happened in 2019 and what happened in 2024? So just a reminder to our community, and you can, if you were to pull our AFR report, the actual report that we're going to ask the board to approve later, you will see there are pages and pages and lots of different funding sources. So when I just do a cursory overall, there's about 85 different fund accounts that the district manages. So these top ones that are listed here are just the top ones where I saw increases. So where I say increase, I'm saying in 2019 compared to 2024, we spent more than $57 million in M&O. That is a lot. I can see how that would be something that we would want to take a pause and look at. But as you see, the increases in the allocations that we receive from the state have a lot to do with that. We'll look later on in the presentation about what does our carryover look like? Because we know the way our formula works from the state is we receive so much per ADM, or average daily membership, which most people would equate to the kids that come to our schools, right? And so when we look at the funding formula, as that funding formula increases and infuses more money, we look at how we can invest that money back in our community. As you saw the last meeting, Arizona, one of the lowest funded states in the country, the state to be able to infuse more money into our education system is very promising to me. So I love to see this increase. As it increases, those budgets are brought to the governing board with recommendations every year. And those recommendations, a lot of times, are what was, these are just, I'll get to the increases in just a second. This is just a little bit of a chart of how the capital ADM increased, and you'll see that, 21.9% increase. But this is really what I wanted to showcase for us. So when we do the budget every year, we come to the board and say, we have additional funding from the state, and with that additional funding, we would like to increase compensation for our employees. We know that as the employees of this district are who do the hard work, especially those that are closest to our students. And we want to make sure that they are receiving compensation in accordance with the level that they do their work. So as you can see, between 19 and 24, there is a 33.6% increase in teacher pay. And you can just go down the list and there's compensation. Now that classified, I will just kind of caveat that with the 1 year we gave an additional $2 increase. That's not factored in that 22.9%, so that percentage increase for classified is actually higher than that. But we gave a $2 increase as opposed to a straight percentage increase for them. So these are great numbers. You want to know where the majority of that M&O money was spent? You're looking at where that money was spent, and rightfully so. We're investing back into our staff. So this just also gives a little of a snapshot of what's happening with average teacher pay between 2019 and 2024. And as you can see, we took a little bit of a dip in 21, and I looked at that a couple of different ways, and I think that average teacher pay, what we have to remember is that not only includes the increases that we give to our team and our staff, but it also includes the years of seniority that people have and people that are leaving that maybe make higher wages and people coming in newer at the lower end. That could cause that little blip. But In 2023, you were able to really see a substantial jump in our teacher pay, and then in 2024 again. So this is a very good work that the district has been able to do in compensating our teachers. This is that snapshot of classroom site fund and how that's kind of gone up. That's a significant jump from 21 to 22. And again, that was because of the additional state revenue that was able to infuse into that fund. And just as a reminder to our community, when we say classroom site fund and what that purpose of that fund is, it's for teacher retention and recruitment. It gives us some compensation flexibility. So we could, in any given year, if that rate stays steady or continues to grow, we can add additional funds to the base pay for our teachers. That gives us that ability to do that. Professional development, this district does amazing in the professional development area, and I would like to continue seeing us invest in that area as well. This funds can be used for academic intervention. We have some interventionists that are going to be funded out of this fund, actually, because this is a really good use for the money, and then dropout prevention. So that classroom site fund is very valuable to this district, and that increase is amazing for schools to do great things. Okay, so that was a little trip back in the past to kind of get us to where we are today. So what we are here today, we want to discuss is the 2025 annual financial report and how that money was spent. But I'd like to start with how we received the money and where the money comes from, where our revenues come from. So as you can see from this pie graph, the majority of the money that comes into this district comes through the state. State general fund, classroom site fund, the state grants, that is the majority where our money comes from. Property taxes pay a quarter of how this school district is supported in revenues, and then you'll see federal. I know that Mr. Toby, I put interest on there for you because that was a question that you had at a board meeting, so I wanted to make sure we pointed that out, that we do earn and record interest on our revenues. A little sliver from county, and then you'll see there's some local, which local is maybe tax credit funds that are that our parents pay, support us in tax credit, auxiliary funds, maybe use of facilities, that kind of local support. So what I really would like to, just remind the board and the community as to how that funding formula works, and how the property taxes pay a primary rate. You'll see that on your tax bill. I'm thinking everybody's getting their tax bills in the mail. You've seen that recently. That primary tax rate is set at a qualifying tax rate in the formula, okay? Which means that every school district in the state, their property taxpayers will pay the same rate. So that rate is usually around $3 somewhere, okay? That rate is what the state sets. They look at how much do we need to fund public education as a whole? How much can the state afford to pay, right, in their general fund? And then how much do we need support from the property taxpayers? So you will see later on the slide, I'm going to show you some property tax rates. They will always stay steady. It's the secondary that fluctuates because that's where the community has to give us authorization. So whatever our property taxes don't fund in that equalization formula, the state picks up the difference. So that's why you see a larger portion coming from the state. We're a large district and we have a large budget. So one of the other areas I look at is, how we talked about like the areas, the administration, education, instruction, student support, but we also can look at it by the type of expenditure we have. So salaries and benefits take the biggest pie, right? It's so almost 3/4 of what we spend our money on. That purchase services encompasses a lot of things. Purchase services encompasses contracted employees, which we learned at the last board meeting. We are going to put some things in place to reduce the contracted employees. That's our hope. But it's also liability insurance. We know that we have to pay and contribute to the liability insurance. It is cleaning our schools. All of those things that are done by outside services, our audit firm, our attorneys, all are under that purchase services. And then, of course, supplies is pretty self-explanatory. And these are out of our M&O funds. So just wanted to break that salary down a little bit more to see where the majority of our salary money is going, and it's going into instruction, where it should be. Support services, instructional support, and then you look at administration, and administration is a small portion of that. The general administration number that you all usually have seen in the Auditor General's report, that encompasses general administration, which is the leadership at the district, school administration, which is our leadership at our schools, and then business operations is under administration. But that's technology, that is all of the work that happens in the business services department, the payroll, HR, that's all under business services. And then you'll see maintenance, transportation, and food service. So that kind of gives you a breakdown of how those salaries are each operational area. But let's just look at the operational area as a whole. So when we talked last board meeting, I showed you these percentages for 24. And some of you may have some notes about how much we spent in instruction in 24. This number is less. And let me tell you why. Because of all of the ESSER money we received in 2024. And most of that was invested back into our instructional, as it should have been. That was in ESSER funds to push that back into instruction. So you'll see that go down, but the upside is that instruction, when I take out ESSER funds, instruction for 2025 is higher than what it was in 24. This is what we want to see. This is the pattern we want to see. That student support, flat. Instructional support, pretty flat. General administration actually went down. School administration actually went down. Business operations, down. These are efficiencies that we've put into place, and we will continue as I'm working through the different operations area in the district. And then you'll see maintenance went up a little bit. Now, what happens in that maintenance area is utilities, is supplies, is repairing and taking care of aging buildings, and inflation, honestly. So that, I looked at that very closely, broke that down. I actually reviewed with Mr. Molino just to say, hey, let's take a look at these areas. Let's talk about what happened here, and we were able to then identify what some of those different issues were, or those different factors, I guess would be a better word, that caused the maintenance to increase. And then transportation down a little bit, and then food service, she's up a little bit. But that's good in food service as we look at our food service and how much reserve we have. That reserve, she's working to build that, to get that to a lower rate by investing back into our cafeterias and our food that we serve our students. So this is on the maintenance, on the AFR itself, there are 4 different components when you look at that report. You have a component for regular education, you have a component for special education, transportation, and then our K-3 reading program. So this is how those break down. Now, I will say that there is a carryover of $23 million. When we brought the budget to you in June and July, we were estimating what that carry forward would be because we hadn't closed our books yet. We don't close our books until the end of August. So we project what we think the carryover will be. We projected 26 million, so it's less than that. So we used some of that carryover, and there's some, factors that I'll explain to you. When we revise in December, we'll take a look at that and we'll adjust that carryover to the actual amount that we ended the year with. So just a reminder of our strategies in using carryover. So, and because we have declining enrollment, and that's not a secret, right? We all know that this is a factor that we have to consider when we're looking at our budget. When the 26 budget was brought to you by Ms. Myers in June 25th, June 25th of 25, these were some of the areas that she identified. We're going to use some of that carryover, 5.3 million, and a lot of that was to be able to give staff increases, and plus other factors of inflation, insurance increases. So we had planned on that to use up some of that carryover. And then in 27, here's kind of our goals moving forward, and this kind of gets into then conversations that I've had with Dr. Summers about what our strategic plan is moving forward for budget allocations. And one of our main focuses has been that operational efficiency area, and to reduce expenditures, to do an ongoing analysis of how we spend our money, what we invest our money in. Dr. Hernandez and I have conversations about, here's how we're investing in curriculum or staff to support our students and our student learning. That student learning is the most important thing that we do as a school district. And how do we invest our resources to make sure that our students are achieving the highest potential that they have? And so we are looking all the time at, okay, we purchased this materials, or we hired this new employee to make a difference in our kids, and we will be analyzing that and making sure that we have things in place that are working. We'll be looking at staffing levels, facility utilization, our fees, so all of these things, and that strategic framework and our community engagement report, our master capital plan, will be addressing a lot of these areas that we are strategically looking at for budget allocations. So carry forward is going to help meet some of the needs of the declining enrollment, but it's not going to meet all of them. So we have to put other things in place. Just want to touch about a little bit on our two other major funds. We talked about unrestricted capital, and there is carryover in that budget as well, moving into this year. And classroom site fund, we know that there has been carry forward in that as well. So let's just take a look at the capital for a minute. This was shared with the governing board again when the budget was proposed for this year, and these were some of the areas for those capital projects that we're going to put in place to spend down that carryover. 32 million, and we're looking at 22 million in needs that we have. With a district that has aging buildings, the needs in this capital area is only going to increase. So these are just some of the things that we put in place for this year, and then when we come back in 27, we'll have another list, and that will be informed by the master capital plan. Let's look at classroom site fund projections. So we're looking at 49 million right now in that fund as carryover. This was a multi-year projection that Ms. Myers had presented to the board on June 25th that shows by increasing expenditures, which you made some decisions to increase compensation for teachers and other staff members, and to add some positions out of this fund. This is the look forward to 2034. Now, I will tell you, this is a fund that I will revisit with you every single year, and how we want to best utilize these funds. These funds are intended to support the programs that I showed you on that earlier slide. So we will have conversations about, okay, here's our carry forward. Is there any additional support that we need to put in place And we have a little bit of carry forward to be able to do that with. So let's talk about ESSER funds. So I showed you earlier $94 million. I'm sorry, $96 million was what we had awarded to us. So Ms. Myers has brought back to you reports every year on the annual financial report of how we're spending that money. So from 2020 to 2024, we spent $91.6 million in different areas. In 2025, and that's the AFR we're looking at today, so I'm going to share with you how we spent this money, the end of our money. So that grant ended in September of 24. So that would have been just a couple of months into fiscal year 25. And we did have some remaining funds to spend. And there are a couple of various reasons for that. But at the end of the day, when we look at how much we've spent out of the 96 million, this is impressive. That grant had a lot of different requirements in it and a lot of different reports and things that we had to file with the Department of Education. So when we look at the end of the day where we've spent 98.7%, that was a very good job that the district did in making sure that those funds were invested back into our schools and our staff. That's where a lot of that money went back to. So let's just talk about, here's what we spent the $3 million on. So we had a science support, math support, salaries and benefits, some cleaning services, and then we have indirect costs. So federal funds allow us to take indirect costs. Those indirect costs come back in the form of supporting the people and things that help the grant and implementing the grant. So again, there is how we spent our ESSER money this year. And then just one last slide, and then I'll open it up because I'm sure you have some questions for me. So the selected cash controlled accounts, so these are accounts where we aren't budget limited. We are limited by the amount of cash that is collected in these areas. So Civic Center is one of them. Civic Center is the money that we collect from our use of facilities. So when people rent our facilities, which we have quite a bit, they pay a fee for that. Auxiliary funds, these are fees that are paid by our students, and revenue that's generated there goes back into to the support the programs where the fees are paid. Tax credit, that is Arizona State has the ability for the public to donate tax credit dollars to public schools, and in return, they get a credit on their state income tax. So people donate tax credit. A lot of times this is being donated to us for extracurricular activities, and those activities would be sports or field trips or things that students are doing outside of the classroom. Gifts and donations, this comes in different forms to us. There's just a little bit of the revenue that's generated there. Capital donations and developer assistance. We've looked at this fund. This is when new developers come into our district. They give us impact fees, if you will, bringing houses into your district. We're not giving you a school site, but we'll give you some money for each house for rooftops, kind of how that looks. So you can see that's been increasing. And last year, I know we put a concerted effort to make sure we were collecting the money that they promised us that they were going to pay. So I know that that's why you see that jump last year, because Mr. Moss and his team, they were out there collecting money. And I don't think it was like a strong arm thing, but I think we sent letters. And then indirect cost, again, you see that going up, but that was a lot in part due to the indirect costs that we got from our ESSER monies. So that's not going to be something that's going to continue. That was just we do get indirect costs from our other federal funds, but not at the rate that we did when we had ESSER money. Okay, last steps, submitting this, actually asking for your approval to submit it, and then publishing it, and then the information goes in our annual financial report, and then I'll be bringing back revisions to you. So, having said all of that, and I know that was a lot of information, again, want to remind our community, transparency, all of the data, all of our AFRs, all of our budgets, all of our annual reports can be found out on our website. So I wanted just to make sure that the community had that resource available to them. Okay, now, thank you for your time and attention to this, and I'd be open for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Very detailed presentation for this evening. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
So first of all, I look at slide 2 and I see that the big values that are placed there are transparency, compliance, and accountability. So first off, I want to say I appreciate between the last board meeting and this board meeting that you have spent a great deal of time breaking down what's a very difficult topic for folks to understand, which is school finance. And I appreciate how you've really broken it down. I've seen numerous presentations from Mrs. Myers. She was amazing, but I feel like yours are much more simplified and straightforward. So I just want to recognize that I appreciate that. And I also, when I look at this too, when you, and I forget which page it was on, you don't really have to go there, but you said that it's really important when we see our funding that we're putting a great deal of funding into instruction and our students. And when I think about the strategic focus and the KPIs, that is our big target is student academic success. And that if you want to understand a district and what they value, look at where they spend their money. And that's where we're spending our money. So I know that in this presentation, we're just talking about the finance and stuff, but we always have to tie it back to, are we getting on a good return on our buck? And I feel like, especially coming from all the academic awards, we're seeing some great things happen as a result of it. And then I do remember on the slide that you pointed out about the amount of the funds, of the SR funds that we did spend. I remember when they were doing the curriculum adoption that was through the SR, and all of those very specific criteria that they had to follow in order to get that adopted. And it was meaningful because they talked about how we got to have good resources in front of our students in order to see those accomplishments. So I think that our district was very thoughtful and targeted on where are we going to spend those dollars, and where can we spend the dollars where it's a one-time thing, but then it offers a benefit year after year after year. And so I think that we did an exceptional job, and I just want to make sure that that's brought into perspective when folks are thinking about that. And then in addition to having good resources, the next piece is we got to have the most highly trained, skilled staff in front of those students, which means that we have to be able to recruit and retain, which is those increase in salaries. And I appreciate how when you just look at graphs, you may be like, wow, they really spent a lot more money, but you gave some context to, we had the opportunity to provide and invest in those who help to provide our students with the most amount of success. So I do appreciate that, and how that just brings into focus how we're spending our money and what we value most, which is the students, teaching and learning, and our students. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm going to make it very brief. She took the words right out of my mouth. When I think our community talks about financial transparency, and I was actually having a conversation on some community Facebook page, and we continually say, well, these reports are available to anyone at any time. But the problem is they're near impossible to understand. I can't even imagine even being submersed in this for, when I serve on site councils and being on the board, I still feel like there's so much still that I have to learn and questions that I have. And I do think you have a very unique ability for making this information palatable so people can really wrap their heads around it, particularly as it comes to ESSER funding, which I will just say, from my opinion, was executed on a district level well, but really when those funds, we were not operationally completely set up for the situation that we were in. So when we talk about, I think you said 98 point whatever of those funds were exhausted. I think we did a good job in utilizing those funds and ensuring that we were, crossing all our T's and dotting all of our I's. I'm much less concerned about, doing a postmortem on ESSER funding and way more concerned with where we're going moving forward with you now in the position you're in, with our restructuring, with our KPIs, with our update to strategic plan, and where we're moving forward post ESSER funds, which is what we really need to be focusing on, is building a foundation for where we're moving forward into the future. And I feel very excited by the report. I'm excited to embrace the future as we kind of level off with enrollment, and I think we're turning a corner into a new reality in education. And so thank you for your reports. Between this report and then looking where we sit in regards to the nation, but also where we sit in regards to other districts as being comparable with what we're putting into our classrooms, but also what we pay our teachers, I think it's very helpful for the community to see, well, we're not spiking it, that we're really staying competitive to ensure that we are able to attract the very best and brightest for our students. And I'm very excited to see that continue to impact our students and to move forward with our new curriculum and all the things we have going on, jumping off into just really great results for our students. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. My first question is, the page is not numbered, but the summary compensation increases to base compensation for all employees. And I don't know what page number. Yeah. Should that be 7 years instead of 6?
I originally had, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That additional 23 kind of throws everybody off, and then 24. So it's 6.
Okay.
That threw me off too.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Member
So that
Bowles.
was minor. Thank you, because everything Melissa and Becky both said, very somewhat palatable. This late at night, I'm not so sure. The more I hear it, the more I understand, which is awesome. And then to hear that we're doing, I'm just going to say trainings, but more informative things like Dr. Summers and Ms. Aries did with parents and community. To be transparent is huge. It's huge when we're asking for more money. We have less students, and the elephant in the room, and that's the obvious. And we have increased our academics. That's greatly, I know, a component to the team over there and teachers working really hard. So, but I do have to address the ESSER that we didn't spend, because I'm confused. So we had $1.3 million ESSER that expired. We were not able to use because of a coding error.
Thank you, President Rooks. Member Bowles. So what had occurred was there was an accounting requirement change that happened. When this grant was originally written, it was written back in 2001. This accounting change happened that July of 24, where we had to record long-term instructional software to a different function. We would all think we code instructional software to 1,000, right? It's instruction happening in the classroom. That's where we coded it when we originally wrote the grant. Well, because of this accounting change, GASB, maybe some of you have heard of that term before, GASB, that we have to follow these rules we have to follow with government accounting. That function, it was not 1,000 anymore, it was 5,000. Well, the Department of Education wasn't even set up to be able for us to code it to 5,000. By the time we went back in to revise and recognize that it was coded to 1,000 instead of 5,000, that grant had closed. We could not write revisions anymore. This was a very short window. It closed the end of September. We went to go file our report the second week in October. They would not allow us to go back and revise that account code. I have done multiple conversations with people in the business services department. We actually even spoke to Ms. Myers about, what type of steps were taken, and the department was just not willing to change that for us. So unfortunately, we were not able to, we spent the money in these grants, you spend it and then you get reimbursed for it. So it wasn't like we gave money back. We just didn't use the full allocation. And this happens quite often with these federal grants, especially when we're talking about some of the, you were experiencing some of the rules around spending federal dollars and being EDGAR compliant, which is all of our vendors have to be compliant in a certain way. So if a vendor's not compliant and we find that out, then we have to dismiss that expense. So this, again, was something that we tried to correct, but we just weren't able to get an exception from the Department of Ed.
So I can't help but think that, and again, it just might be that I'm not understanding. When I go into Arizona ADE and I look at the dynamics of what you're talking about, I want to say like 21 times we went in there and adjusted, right? Was it just that one time that after going in there 21 times and at least 4 or 5 were directly your gas,
correct,
96, I think it is, or something along those lines, was at least 4 times. Did we not catch it then? And then my other thing that I'm having a hard time with is we can't be alone in this. And then in addition, my bigger question is, why in the world would ADE not work with us with that? Because surely we're not the only ones that this happened with, too.
Well, thank you, President Rooks and Member Bowles. So it's possible, and I know just my experience with other districts that I worked at during this time, that a lot of that money went into staff. It didn't go into investing in curriculum like we chose to do here. So it may not have been as prevalent. The staff at the Department of Education, when they saw what we were asking them to approve, they did not correct that funding from 1,000 to 5,000 either, because it was such a new rule. And I believe there may have been a few other districts, but I believe the majority of the districts were investing back in people, not in curriculum. So they may not have had that experience that many times to be able to inform us or give a mass exception to other districts as well.
That does make sense. So thank you for that. My only other question is, do we know if any of this ESSER money from I'm getting the years mixed up, 24 to 25, what fund did we take money from to pay when we switched from a grant to paying from a fund for the social workers that we hired into the district and didn't keep them on the grant? And I know you weren't here then, but I'd like to know where that money was pulled from. Because I looked in there a lot today, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't see anything, and it could be that I just missed it. And that's all I have, but thank you for the explanation, because that does make sense. Thanks.
Clerk, yeah, Dr. Hernandez, did you want that question answered, Ms. Bowles, or? Okay. All right.
Is that a yes or is that a no?
I just didn't know if did you want someone to answer it from
Yeah, I
administration?
do. I just
Okay.
would just like to know where it was pulled from.
We can provide that.
President Brooks, Mrs. Bowles, I request, because that question is not something that we contemplated through the
Yeah, no
development of this particular report. If we can get that to you in a Friday report, that would be great.
Thank you, I appreciate that. You saying that it went to salaries is what I have seen in other districts, so that does make sense, and I'm just curious to see if we paid them through that money, and that's all. not anything big, but yeah, if you could get that in Friday report, that'd be great.
And President Rooks, if I may, Mrs. Bowles, to the question of the 700,000, looking at the exact amount here, pardon me.
791, 645.
Thank you. So what we're that line specifically was allocated to the instructional software known as Savvis Success Maker. So with respect to where those dollars were pulled from, because they were no longer grant eligible through ESSER, that came specifically from capital funding. So I just wanted to lift that up because I think your question was specific maybe to that particular account initially, and then your secondary question is the one that we'll do some additional research on,
Correct.
follow up on.
Yeah, yeah, thank you for that
Thank you.
clarification.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Yeah, whenever you face complicated matters, a dear friend of mine always says, well, come on, bro, it's not rocket surgery. But, so thanks for taking rocket surgery and making it more digestible. And my favorite slide, just to let you know, is slide 14, where you strip away the federal window dressing and show, like, what are we as a district responsible for? And this is my city math talking, 72.4% of our expenditures are instruction, student support, and instructional support. I think that's fantastic. I know there's some other information that's floating around out there that's incorrect about our district figures. So this is good for me to have the better knowledge to speak on it. So thank you.
So I do have a lot of questions, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. And I had more as I was going through your slides, writing down a little bit more that popped into my head. So I guess I'll start with just the ESSER thing that was brought up with Ms. Bowles, the coding. I know that on there, it also had other COVID-19 federal relief funds on the AFR report. It had amount remaining to be spent of $544,000, I believe is what it is. Sorry, it's really small print. It looks like we were total award for other COVID-19 federal relief funds, $23 million. We have the spending, and then what we had remaining to be spent. So I guess I'm curious with that section.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, members of the board. So there were several little mini kind of grants that were embedded into the relief funds. Some of them were for homeless, for preschool, and there were, well, we used a significant amount of that. We've spent 23 million, 18. So that other 500,000, there were just not opportunities for us to be able to invest it to make back into our community. So they were various different reasons and rationales. One of them being homeless grant money is hard to spend when you don't have local vendors who are EGR compliant or are used to receiving federal dollars. So that was a challenge for us. These are all anecdotal that I'm hearing because obviously I wasn't here when all of the monies were being spent. And then we've had some program changes, program staff changes in our preschool special needs area. And I think that might have been some of why these last few thousand were not allocated.
Okay. And so you brought up the process with reaching out with ADE, you stated that the accounting code change happened in July of 2024. Did ADE ever notify us of that code change in July of 2024? Or did we see it ourselves once it was changed?
Thank you, President Rooks. Board members, I think that it was because it was such a new thing in the way that we were to report these long-term. I don't know that ADE had been fully aware of it either. Like our staff was still learning. When they do code changes on us or when there's these GASB changes, it takes a little bit for us to even get up to speed on them because sometimes they come out after the beginning of the year. But what we knew when we were putting our financial report together in, the end of September and October, that there were these changes that had to be made. It was just a timing issue. You can see that we changed the code to 60, from 66 to 6,800, but we didn't change the 1,000 to 5,000, and that was just a miss on our side and ADE side.
Okay, and ADE, when you guys tried to go in and file the new code, try to change it, that revision, did they have an answer for us of reimbursement, not reimbursement?
Yes, President Rooks, members of the board, yes, they did. And I actually talked to, the person in business services that communication was happening to. And we ask it a couple of times. They said, let me get with my supervisor and get back to you. So there was conversation down at the department as well. And ultimately their answer came back to say, no, I'm sorry, we're not able to allow you to change the account code at this point.
Okay.
Grant is closed.
Okay. Do you know how time frame, if we filed it in September, like when did they get back to us in that
In
process?
October.
In October, okay. All right, and the software program, what was that again? And then where did we have to, I guess, pull from in the
It
budget
was
for that?
Success Maker.
Okay.
Success Maker.
Success Maker, okay, all right. I guess I'll go to the, I don't know what slide it is because I printed them out and I don't see the slide, but it's one of the capital project and priorities, the highlights page. And I just had a question regarding the Liberty High School Education Building. I don't know, was there any thought process or discussion around extra bleachers for the Liberty Stadium in that development of the education building?
Thank you, President Rooks. Members of the board, I would like to defer that to Mr. Molina.
Okay.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, no. As part of the 2 wings or buildings for classrooms, additional bleachers, even though I know that's a request that Liberty High School has made, that was not part of that $8 million for the classroom spaces.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Molino. The next item on that same page, the carpet replacement for $500,000. I just didn't know, did we ever look at the ESSER funds, the ESSER 3 funds? Did we ever look at having carpets replaced through the ESSER money? Was that allowable? Did we try looking at that for some of our schools? I don't know if that was, I know you weren't here at that time, but.
Yes, President Rooks, members of the board. I do not know. I think that I have not heard of carpet replacement as part of an eligible ESSER. It was more around student academic achievement types of learning loss types of things. It was around retaining employees and about keeping our buildings clean and safe. Mr. Molino, do you have some additional for that?
President Rooks, Mrs. Rodriguez, yes. HVAC, because climate controlled and the air quality was something that could be used with, or ESSER funds be used for. I do not believe any flooring was able to use or qualified for ESSER funding.
Right. Okay. I just, because I had been told that that had happened at least a couple of our schools. I don't know how many, but that was something that was looked at and it was allowable, and it did end up having new carpet at that school using the ESSER money. So that's why I was just curious of that scenario. So I don't know if we can follow up on that, Dr. Summers, in a Friday report.
President Rooks, that would be an opportunity for us to do some additional looking into it, and we'll get back to you with that information.
Okay, thank you. So with the next page, the strategy for using carry forward, the managing declining enrollment page, the 2027, I guess 2 questions on this page. So if the M&O, it says M&O override funding status pending. So if it is approved by the voters, will we see each expense in the M&O override funding be brought to the board, I guess, for approval is what I'm looking for. Because I just want to make sure that if we're telling the voters where the money's going to go, that it's going to go to the board so that we can make sure that we allocate it the way that it was.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, members of the board. As a matter of fact, later on in this presentation, or in this meeting this afternoon, we will, or this evening, sorry, long day, we will show a report of how the money has been spent. And yes, when we bring the budget to the board for their approval in June, we will discuss how those additional funds will be invested.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Trying to look here for the next questions. So the AFR reporting, I know that one of your PowerPoints, I think it was the fiscal year 2025 unrestricted capital and classroom site funds. I don't know if this was just because if there's a reason why it's this way, but it has classroom site fund carry forward. You have listed there the 49 million, but on the actual AFR report, it has 51 million as the ending fund balance. So I don't know if that's just a typo, if there's a reason why that's listed that way.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for that question. I don't have that copy in front of me. I might.
Okay. Let me check. I don't know what page it's on because it's just printed out, so I'm sorry I can't help you on that one. It just has like the beginning fund balance, revenues, budgeted, actual, and then ending fund balance for our maintenance and operation, classroom site funds, and unrestricted capital.
So thank you, President Rooks, for that comment. And yes, I do see the 51 on the actual report. And so that is that's a typo in my presentation.
I didn't know if it was, if there was like somewhere other reasons. That's why I was just questioning that part. And I guess is that like a normal amount to carry forward 51 million in classroom site funds? I'm just trying to see with other school districts.
Thank you, President Rooks. I can only speak for other districts that I've worked for. I can't speak for all the districts in the state. But I would say that for a school for a district this size, that's not unreasonable. And I definitely know that strategy has been in my past practices is to leave some carry forward in there because what happened, we have seen an incline. You saw the chart on how much that allocation has grown. We're all waiting for the day when it goes back down. We don't know when that shoe's going to drop, but when you put this money in teacher compensation and in teacher performance pay, if that carry forward wasn't there to sustain a level payment to our teachers, then we would be looking at making a decrease to our teacher pay. And that's something we don't want to do, right? Once they have that money in their salaries. So this is good, but again, this is a fund that we will revisit every single year. And we will talk about, are there some additional opportunities for us to utilize that carry forward?
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think that, so it's, I know Mrs. Ewing, or not Mrs. Ewing, sorry, Mrs. Proudfit, I know you mentioned something about not focusing on the ESSER funds because we want to move forward, which I completely understand the moving forward part. But for me, I've been on the board since 2022, and I remember our board meetings, we had presentations on the ESSER money, where it was being allocated. It was full force. We were going to make sure that every dollar was spent, that everything was calculated correctly to make sure that we really invested in those dollar amounts. And so that's the only reason why I'm questioning it, digging it up, because I noticed it in the AFR report that there was money left over. And I just didn't understand that because there was so many plans that went into place for that ESSER money. I know you weren't here at the time or Dr. Summers, but that's just where my mind goes, because I think it's important to look at where the money has been spent so that anything that does occur, whether if there is something that goes on with coding, and if it's something that fell short on that with the coding changes and whatnot, how can we do better, I guess, in the future on those things and learning from those things in that ESSER money. And with the part of, I would really like to know of the other federal funds amount where the money was spent in that 23 million, I think it was, and then the leftover 500,000. I just want to better understand what we could have allocated it for. I just, because again, all those presentations that were given, I mean, it was PowerPoint after PowerPoint of where that money was going to go. And just to see in our AFR report that some of that over 1.3 million, like that's a lot to me. That's a lot to me as a mom and a wife in our home budget. So it's just kind of frustrating because it was allocated. Like it was presented to me that everything was going to be smooth sailing. We were following everything we were supposed to be doing. And then just to see that, so that's where I want to have a better understanding of where that ESSER money went and all of those answers, because it's important to me to also then advocate in the community. If I am going to advocate for, if it's ever a bond or an M&O, I have to be able to advocate that, yes, we're going to, where we put this money, and we're saying we're going to put this money right where it's supposed to go. But then I've seen since 2022, all these presentations that this money is going to go where it's going to go. And then I find out just through the AFR report that over 1.3 million didn't end up where it was supposed to be. That's just kind of frustrating. And to not find out until now, like yesterday, like that was just a bit disappointing, because I know that there was so much work that went into the ESSER money of where it would go. So that's just, I know you weren't here at the time, but that's just where my frustration came from. So I just kind of wanted to explain that a little bit more of, yes, we want to look forward, but we also need to look at where was the money spent, where was it supposed to go, and then what can we learn from that in the future? Yes, Ms.
Thank you,
Rodriguez.
Ms. President Rooks. May I respond?
Yes, of course.
So I went back and I looked, and every annual report that has been done since the ESSER funds have been awarded to districts, Ms. Myers did a very good job of identifying exactly what categories and what areas those ESSER funds were spent in. So it would be in her presentations just like I'm doing this evening. And so I can definitely go back and look at those presentations and pull that information out of there to show the board and to share where and how those monies were spent. And we did spend them exactly how we said we were going to. I just want to assure everyone in the public that we did have transparency, and we did bring that information to the board every year.
Okay, but here's the piece, and I'm just giving feedback critique here on this, okay? When you say that that's what Ms. Myers did, she did not also inform us of this ESSER funding coding that went wrong. That whatever happened with, if it was changed, we tried to work with ADE, it just would have been nice to have been updated as a governing board on that situation when it was occurring. So that way we know, like, oh, hey, okay, so what's going on? Because just finding out a year later, and I only found out because I was looking through the AFR report and I saw, hey, there's money unspent. Like, I'm confused. I want to better understand. And so, yes, there was PowerPoint presentations provided by Ms. Myers, but there also was that piece of information was not shared with the board at the time.
Thank you, President Rooks, noted.
Okay.
And we will keep the board informed on such matters in the future.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that I think it was the beginning of, this is more of a comment, because I keep hearing about that we're one of the lowest funding in education in the country, in the states. But for me, I look at our governor, Katie Hobbs had highlighted in her presentation, I guess, and her announcement that she was providing a quality education for every Arizonan. She highlighted that the budget fully funds K through 12 education. So when I see that statement coming from the governor, and then I look at our joint legislative budget committee appropriation report for fiscal year 2024, education is over 43% of our budget. So I have a hard time when I keep hearing that, because it makes it sound like we're not funding education as a state of Arizona, but yet I keep seeing the dollar amounts, and I keep seeing statements from Governor Hobbs saying that education is fully funded. So there's other things that have to go into a state budget. So I just want to make sure that that is noted to our community. It's over 43% of our state budget for appropriations for a fiscal year that was 2024. So I just want to make sure that that's noted to the community when I keep hearing that we're not funding education. I don't think that that's true. So based off of the data. Mr. Molino's raising his hand, so I'll go to him.
Thank you, President Rooks. To correct what I said earlier, I looked it up. Flooring was a category allowable through ESSER if it made the process of cleaning the flooring and the environment around it easier. So example, going from old carpet to tile, or polished concrete, or even just old carpet to new carpet. Now, whether we used our ESSER dollars for that in the 2020 fiscal year, I'm not sure, or 2021. I do think that the flooring project at the city of Peoria, when they did a few of the AMPM rooms and the MPRs, that may have been city ESSER dollars that funded those.
Okay, yes, I do remember that, but I was curious with the ESSER money of how that worked. And I looked a lot on the Arizona Department of Education grant management website today. And to me, I just was, I guess, a bit frustrated. I would have liked to have been, I guess, more updated on, because I know it was on one of your presentation slides of where the monies went. And I know that it had on there, it was also a coding change, I guess, for the multi-tiered system of support software program purchase for fiscal year, I think it was 2024, for $87,000. And I have a hard time with that, because I'm just wondering, like, could we have used that for something else? And I just really like to make sure that we're really, that we were really looking at all those factors under ESSER. And so it's just, I know that you were not here, Ms. Rodriguez, again. So I'm just very disappointed that this is the way that I found out about this. So, but thank you, Mr. Molino, for the answer. I appreciate it. Yes, Clerk Toby, do you have any further questions? I'm sorry. Oh, take 5? Oh, okay. Mrs. Ewing, yes.
I have a quick thing, and then we can take 5. Thank you. So I just wanted clarification on that page 20, number 6, other COVID federal relief funds. Based upon what you said, it sounded like we didn't qualify. There were so many specifications that we didn't really, we couldn't find an opportunity to use those funds, and based upon what you said. And then another clarification I wanted to make is, you said that we use the ESSER funds and then we're reimbursed, so that the $1,337,000, we use that for something, but instead of it coming out being reimbursed from the ESSER funds, we actually had to take those out of capital funding. Am I understanding that correctly?
Thank you, President Brooks. Ms. Ewing, the 793,000 was the miscoding that we could not get reimbursed for, so that we had to use other funds. We used capital funds for that. The 544 are funds that we did not use and spend out of any area. Those went unused.
I guess, Ms. Ewing, my question would be, and I can request that this at the end of the meeting, is I'd like to see that other COVID-19 relief funds, what were the requirements? Like, because I thought we were just talking about ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3 when it was always presented to us the past couple of years. So I would love to see like what were the other funds? Yeah, the requirements and everything like that, and just take a dive into that, because I think it's good that if we were presenting on it and we were presenting in board meetings to the public of where the money was going and then showing where it did go, I think that that's important to make note with our community. But I can request it at the end. And Clerk Toby, if we can take a 5-minute recess, but if we could just have maybe a motion on the floor for this action item, because it is an action item. So I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the annual financial reports for fiscal year 2024-2025 as presented.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. And we will 5-minute recess. All right, so we are going to come back from our recess. Moving on to 7.3, approval to add approved vendor to existing cooperative contract, save RFP 22-5201-001, contracted special education and other substitute services for fiscal year 2026. Ms. Rodriguez, welcome back again.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, Dr. Summers, and our community. So this evening, we have a couple of purchasing items on the agenda. The first one is to approve a co-op for a contracted vendor for our special needs services for our students. As we've spoken to you at our last board meeting about contracting out our IAs, there are still some specialty areas that we need to contract out for. And what we find when we get on these contracts is a lot of different school districts are using these contracts. And so we have found the need for multiple for some different areas. So we're asking you this evening to approve another one to add to our availability for our special needs students.
Thank you. We have no public comment tied to this line item. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit?
None for me, thank you.
Ms. Bowles? Clerk Toby? I don't have any either, so with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the addition of one vendor, Comp Health Medical Staffing, to the existing approved cooperative contract, save RFP 22-5201-001, contracted special education, other substitute services for fiscal year 2026, and then the attached summary.
I will second. Mrs. Ewing made the first motion and then followed by myself. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please, Asher.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.4, approval to add new cooperative contracts for fiscal year 2026. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and our community. There are two different co-ops that we're asking you to approve this evening. One of them is for technology and equipment for lighting at our facilities. Some of our lighting needs to be updated. So we have found a contract that would allow us to choose from 3 different vendors. And then the second one, that's the Sourcewell. The Omni is a contract that has expired. We are currently using these vendors this year, and we found a contract that is renewed that we can extend so that we can continue to use the services of these vendors.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. We don't have any public comment to this line item. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Nope.
Ms. Proudfit? Mrs. Bowles? Clerk Toby? With that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will move to approve the addition of the cooperative contract, Omnia RFP 25-01 Athletics, Physical Education Supplies, and Team Uniforms, replacing an expiring contract, Omni RFP 20-11, and Sourcewell RFP 041123, Sports Lighting Solutions with related technology, equipment, and services with vendors as listed.
I will second.
So we have the motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas.
Thank you.
Moving on now to, thank you for that. Moving on to 7.5, second read policy recommended updates 1-401, parents' legal guardian rights in education. Dr. Summers, welcome.
Good evening again, President Rooks, governing board members. This is a second read on policy update 1-401, parents' legal guardian rights in education. The specific modification permits parents and legal guardians to request the healthcare credentials for employees or individuals who provide healthcare services to students. They may also request information regarding a school employee's emergency response training. We are recommending this policy as part of the second read, revision as part of the trust revisions for your consideration for approval tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. We have no public comment time this line item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? I do not have any, so with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to move to approve the recommended updates to policy 1-401, parent legal guardian rights in education as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.6, second read policy recommended updates 1-302, governing board meetings and open meeting law requirements. Dr. Summers.
Good evening again, President Rooks, governing board members. This is a second read to the revisions to policy 1-302 regarding governing board meetings and open meeting law requirements. This specifically creates an open meeting law exemption for communication between a quorum of a 3-member advisory committee if not more than one member of the committee is a governing board member. And the trust recommends an update to this policy to reflect this exemption and is also edited for additional clarity. Again, we stand ready for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. No public comment tied to this line item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I move to approve the recommended updates to policy 1-302, governing board meetings and open meeting law requirements as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.7, second read revised policy 4-202, staff student boundaries and student protection. Dr. Summers.
Good evening again, President Rooks, governing board members. So as you know, we have had some extensive conversation on a couple of different revisions to this particular policy. So we are bringing forward to you, based on those conversations as well as a review from legal counsel, a final version of policy 4-202, staff student boundaries and student protection. I'm just going to highlight a couple of what those changes were from our last meeting. Just start from the top. Again, we reiterate our purpose to ensuring the safety, welfare, and dignity of every student, and our expectations for all employees, volunteers, and contractors expected to maintain a professional boundaries that promote trust, protect student welfare, and foster an environment free from exploitation, manipulation, or abuse. We did move the definition of grooming behavior up to the top, as was discussed from last meeting. To reiterate, we did place those same guiding principles, so we can keep scrolling through there. And as you know, we did introduce a 2-tier framework. So Section A are those behaviors that are strictly prohibited. So you see that list is following conduct that is never appropriate regardless of context. We did a small couple of edits in there just to make sure that the language was succinct and clear in terms of what those expectations are. And then as we get into Section B, related to boundary-sensitive behaviors, we acknowledge that the following behaviors may not always be misconduct in themselves, but may blur for professional boundaries that require transparency, sound judgment, and when appropriate, administrative or parent guardian awareness. I won't read all of those to you, but as we scroll down, then we did add an additional section relating to the clarification regarding quote-unquote normalized peer interactions. And in this section, we do recognize that staff members who may have children who have peers, teammates, or friends with students, they also serve professionally. We are describing those as ordinary, transparent community interactions. We give a few examples: attendance at games, birthday parties, other neighborhood activities are not violations of this policy when the interaction is consistent with the normal parent or community role of the staff member, and of course the conduct remains appropriate. When uncertainty may exist, staff should consult their supervisor to ensure transparency and avoid the appearance of impropriety. We do maintain our present expectations related to training and awareness. I know we've had some conversations about what training will look like as a result of this policy once approved, if approved, and how we will make sure that we are communicating these expectations, again, not only to employees, but as well as volunteers and other contractors. what our reporting and response to those reports looks like. So this is where we would make sure that all staff are immediately accountable for reporting any reasonable suspicion or allegation of grooming, abuse, or boundary violations. And here's how those reports will be made. And then, of course, we do have an expectation around compliance with Arizona's mandated reporting laws, in addition to the enforcement of this policy and additional legal references. Again, I will add that this did receive legal review from Board Attorney Susan Siegel. And at this time, I do stand ready to answer any of the questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. We do have one public comment tied to this line item. So we will go ahead and give that time. You will have 3 minutes. Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, President Rooks and Board and Cabinet and Dr. Summers and all who are still here. I just want to say that I was pleased with this policy. It's a great improvement over what was initially brought forth. I was particularly glad to see that the definition of grooming behavior was brought back to the front of the policy. The ideas were clear, brief, but enough content to give the ideas and descriptions of behaviors across without any ambiguity. So I just want to thank, first of all, President Rooks, you for bringing this forward. It's unfortunate that we even need a policy like this, but unfortunately we do. And I'd like to thank Dr. Summers and his team and all that worked on this. I think it's an excellent policy, and I hope the board will approve it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. So we will start with board member questions. Mrs. Ewing.
It's more of a request, which probably you were going to do, but just as we roll this out and we have the training, because there's so much nuance to this policy, at least the definitions and how to apply it and so forth. So as you roll out the training and set the expectation and awareness with our employees, you set the process for how a reporting would happen and so forth. If you can just keep the board members kind of updated on what that looks like and so forth, I would appreciate that. I believe Mr. Toby had talked about at one point some really great training through ADE, I think that he, if I'm remembering that correctly. So anyway, just keep us updated on that. And then I'd like to know how, when we do bring new employees on board, how is this being brought forward in their onboarding, and how is it consistent with like our other policies for the employee code of conduct and that type of thing. So those are just kind of my requests. So not really any questions, but I think this looks great. I think you did a great job of bringing forward all of our requests and making it very clear, and also allowing that we do have staff who are parents and have kids in the district and so forth. So I appreciate it. So I think this looks great. Thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions or comments?
I kind of want to echo what Ms. Bolster said. Thank you for bringing it forward, President Rooks. For the changes, I think your changes really focused the conversation in on what the point was, because this is kind of the first instance where I really think the trust policy was just poorly written. And so I think we finally got there, and it really encompasses protecting both students and staff, providing clear boundaries. My one request would be that if this is voted in tonight, that since there has been so much conversation, and I know all of us board members have been out in the community getting as much input and talking back, but because of that, a little bit of a game of telephone is happening. And so my request would be that if this is voted through, that we have immediate communication, not in a training regard as you guys are rolling that out, but just making sure that every employee kind of has this in their hands, just so any questions or things they may have heard about it, just so they can read it. I think the way it's written, it's very self-explanatory, and there shouldn't be any fear or ambiguity surrounding it, but that would just be my request. So thank you so much for all the work done on this policy.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you to President Rooks and Dr. Summers and really all the board members coming together and creating this. Wish we didn't have to, but we have to. and it is very well written. I think it's a good place to start, and you know, unfortunately, sometimes we put these policies in place for all the good that's happening out there and very little bad, but unfortunately we have to do it. So thank you for that. And I do look forward to the trainings and stuff coming up. And I have to say, being out there and hearing the sex trafficking issues that are going on, especially in Arizona, my God in heaven, but we are really leading with excellence. You know, I know Clerk Toby said that regarding safety here in Peoria Unified, but this is going ahead of most districts with a lot of this. So we're kind of paving the way, and I'm proud of that. So I want to say that we're leading with excellence, and we're leading the way for other districts. So thank you,
President Rooks. On that
Yes,
real quick
of course.
point, Mrs. Bowles, thank you for that. I did would elevate as part of our research in this process. There are a number of states that are introducing legislation that require policies such as these. So to your point, I wouldn't be surprised if there may be some upcoming legislation that's introduced in Arizona, and we would be, I think, a district, as you're pointing out, that would be able to point to what we're looking to implement here as an example of what's possible. So thank you for that.
Right. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
I wasn't present for the last meeting, but I do like how this is formatted better. I think that from the previous meeting when we had our first read, separating it out about the shall nots and what the kind of boundary issues are, I think couching it in the U.S. Department of Education's definition is solid, and that it has legal blessing on it. The training I think that you're referring to, Mrs. Ewing, is from that U.S. Department of Education's readiness and emergency management, so we don't have to recreate the wheel. They already have those lessons and those trainings already ready for us. But no, I like the policy, and if the trust wants to steal this policy, we might be able to give it to them for a discount, but that's about it.
I like your thinking, sir.
Yes, no, thank you. I was just going to add, besides the communication out to staff, if the policy is voted through, if we could possibly, Ms. Airy, also send it out to our families through their communication so that they can be aware of it as well, just so that they can also see that we're going a step further in ensuring, you know, student safety and whatnot, and what's you know, acceptable, not acceptable, and what can also have that leeway in those areas. But no, I'm very appreciative, Dr. Summers, of the work. Thank you for working with me and our board attorney as well, the work that she did on this, because, you know, this was important to me with, you know, even Clerk Toby's adding in the definition of grooming behavior. That's exactly what I was trying to get to that point, is just recognizing that and ensuring that we are protecting the students and their safety. So I appreciate the work on it. So with that, I will, no further questions. I'm going to motion to approve policy 4-202, staff student boundaries and student protection as presented.
And I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on to 7.8, second read policy, recommended updates 4-101, board authority to employ. Welcome, Ms. Talia.
Good evening, President Brooks, members of the governing board. This is a second read on a policy. This is recommended changes that came to us from the trust with updates to statutory language. We just recommend it being approved as presented.
Thank you. We do not have any board public comments on this one. So board members, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will move to approve the recommended updates to policy 4101, board authority to employ as presented.
And I'll second.
So a motion made by Mrs. Ewing, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you, Mrs. Visitainer, with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.9, second read policy recommended updates, 5-201, American Patriotic Exercises and Observant Days. Dr. Hernandez.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and guests. This evening's second read of Policy 5-201 has one slight change in it. At your request, we've added the word American in front of patriotic exercises and observance days. The rest of the policy is as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for adding that. I appreciate adding that in there. So board members, we don't have no public comment. Do you have any questions or comments? Okay.
I do.
Oh, yes, of course. Ms. Bowles.
I just want to comment on the fact that we have the Club America, kind of a side note, because I haven't gotten a chance to talk to this administrator yet, but they offered, I guess, letting you know what they offer, and it can be a lot, I feel like. September 11th, they offered to bring as many flags as they needed, and somehow it just got misconstrued. Our ROTC said yes, and then, but, so that can be also a club that we can, utilize in money and funding as well. So, thank you. That's all I have.
Are you relation into that on the observant day for September 11th? Is that where you were kind of inquiring maybe for, I don't know, next year?
I'm just letting you know that they will be a great asset and to kind of bring that together, and funding. I mean, I know that they have allocated already funds for students and to be involved in patriotic things in our district.
All right, thank you. Well, I was just going to say thank you for adding the American on there that I asked for last meeting, so thank you. With that, I will just make a motion to approve the recommended updates to Policy 5-201, American Patriotic Exercises and Observant Days as presented.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles, and if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.10, second read, recommended new policy 5-216.01, assessments. Dr. Hernandez.
Good evening, Governing Board members. Policy 5-216.01 relative to assessments has no changes from the first read.
Thank you for that. We don't have any public comment. Board members, do you have any questions or comments on this one? Okay, with that, I will just motion to approve new policy 5-216.01, assessments as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through Mrs. Ewing, sorry. Mrs. Ewing, you were the
yes.
second, right? Okay,
Oh, yes.
sorry. Seconded by Mrs. Ewing, and if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.11, second read policy recommended updates 5-404, administration of medication. Dr. Hernandez.
Good evening. Policy 5-404, administration of medication, has no changes for its second read.
Thank you for that. We do not have any public comment time to this line item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to move to approve the recommended updates, policy 5-404, administration of medication as presented.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.12, second read, recommended updates 5-404.a, administration of medication, procedures for administration. Dr. Hernandez.
And good evening. And our final policy for this evening is a second read, Policy 5-404.A, Administration of Medication for Procedures. The one highlight I would like to bring forward on this particular policy is while no additional changes have been made from our first read, we do maintain the language that is Peoria Unified specific from this policy that was included from our August 14th, 2025 meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. We do not have any public comment tied to the slide item. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Mrs. Ewing, yes.
Because you said that this is a Peoria unified policy, right?
Correct.
Not a trust. So just want to make sure that this has been then reviewed by legal. That's all.
Okay.
That was my question. Has it been reviewed by legal?
Yes, the change that we made was specific to the authority granted to our school health office professionals.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, if no further questions, I just need a motion on the floor.
Oh, I'll move to approve the recommended updates to Procedure 5-404A, Administration of Medication Procedures for Administration as presented.
I'll second.
It's motion made by Mrs. Ewing, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Moving on to 8 discussion items. 8.1, Annual Maintenance and Operations M&O Override Program Update. And we have Mrs. Marcy Rodriguez. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening again, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and our community. So this was the report out that I alluded to earlier, that every year we're required to come back to our community, our governing board, and give an update on how we've spent the override money that we've been authorized to spend. So just a little bit of the reporting requirements. This is, we ask the voters to approve an M&O override and or bond authorization. We have expended all of our bond authorization, so there won't be a report on the bond spending because the monies have been spent, but the override we're going to give a little update on. And then we're required to do this at a meeting where public could come and address if they have any questions about how we're spending. And I would be remiss, and I neglected to put it on the slide, but to let the board, just to remind the board and the community, we are in our 5th year of a 7-year authorization. So what will happen in November is we're asking the voters to renew the authorization of our M&O override up to a 15%. Currently, we're under a 13%, and you'll see that in the information that I'm going to share with you. If we go out every 5 years for renewal, because in that 6th year, the funding starts to decrease. So we're fully funded at I'll just show you the numbers, at $33 million for FY 26. In 27, it will go down by a third. In 28, it'll go down by another third, and then it will go away in 29 if we aren't reauthorized. So that is why we are going out for the vote in November to reauthorize this M&O override. Here's how we're spending that money. Extracurricular and athletics. This is a big athletic district, and we have some amazing state-winning teams. Very impressive. The other areas are school support, maintaining classroom sizes, excuse me, which we've all had conversations about. That varies from school to school. Keeping PE classes available to all of our students, our nurses, our assistant principals, extra support for our gifted and reading programs, and then all of our arts, band, choir, art, and then compensation for staff, and then all-day kindergarten. The funding formula for the state of Arizona is funding kindergarten at half day. We offer full day here in Peoria. And so that other half of the day is funded out of this override. So this is a tax rate. And I talked a little bit earlier about the primary tax rate, which is not on here. This is the secondary tax rate, which is all voter approved. So you can kind of see the steadiness of that M&O override because it has been at 13, 13, 13, 13. The bonds, you'll see is the darker blue one. That's been going down because we've been paying bonds back. Actually, we shared last meeting, we did a refunding of bonds, so that helped lower our rates that we pay back, which our taxpayers pay back. And then you'll see that override, although we're raising about the same amount of funds, it's going down, that rate's going down because we've got growing assessed value. Anytime you add new properties to a district, the assessed value increases, which means our budget that we're generating for our override is staying basically the same because of our the way that that's calculated in the formula. But if your assessed value goes up, that means there's more people to spread to pay that money and contribute to the override. So we will continue to see that as the district's assessed value grows, even if we just maintain the same override percentage and even increase it a little bit. I believe that we're predicting it will go up to $1.30, but I think that we might be surprised and it would go down even because of the growth in this district. So with that report, I'm open to any questions or comments that you may have. Ms. Rooks?
Thank you. We don't have any public comment tied to this line item. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
A question that I continue to get asked although it doesn't look like the categories on here, but we added the 2 categories of special education and safety. And I keep getting asked from the community members what would be included in that safety piece. So I was wondering if you can, I don't know if that's a question for you or Dr. Summers, if you can elaborate more on that.
Thank you, President Rooks, Member Ewing. Dr. Summers, would you like to share?
Sure, President Rooks, governing board members, we are essentially identifying a opportunity to help bolster and reinforce additional school safety support positions and additional programming supports. So primarily, as we know, maintenance and operations overrides affect people, positions, and programs. What that would allow, we don't have a detailed total FTE that we've identified as of yet, because ultimately that will depend on the total overall funded amount. And ultimately, the board is going to be able to make that determination through some future presentations and some opportunities where we can look at what our current state is. Obviously, we would be looking very comprehensively at what is currently in place, certainly the school safety program, the status of what may be requested through that upcoming renewal of the application, as well as other needs across all of our different sites, would help frame what the ask is. So I know people are looking for a set, it will be this X number of people in X number of locations. We just aren't in a place where we can commit to that allocation. So we've kept it at least broad enough to say it will be an infusion of dollars that will support additional safety-related positions and programs across all of our schools.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
No questions
Mrs.
for me.
Bowles? Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions? Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions? I don't have any either, so thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. I appreciate the update. Moving on now to 8.2, school calendar process and development. Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and guests that are hanging in there this evening. I am really excited to be bringing forward one of my favorite topics to discuss, which is the school calendar. And it's my favorite because in all my years of experience, I have found truly it is among one of the top things that we can discuss in this school district that warrants a lot of community engagement, a lot of different opinions and perspectives around this particular topic. In fact, I really truly believe if you line up 100 different parents, staff members, students, community members, and say, place 180 days on this blank calendar, you are likely to get about 100 different ways to accomplish that. So looking forward to bringing you a lot of different facts related to the components that go into the school calendar. I know Dr. Hernandez will be joining me here for a portion of our presentation this evening. So through our learning today, we are going to explore the school calendar's impact on high-quality learning and teaching that benefits students, families, and the community. And to do this, we are really going to unpack many of those facts about the history of our calendar here in Peoria Unified, how law and policy has shaped the calendar that we have, and talk a lot about how our current calendars that we have in place were developed. You'll see you have some materials in front of you, so I want to draw your attention to the binders that you have, and so you can follow along with the presentation in the front of the binder there, and then I will be directing you to find some of the different materials that I've added as we clip along through the presentation today. If you are looking down at the slide numbers that you've got, you may notice there are quite a few slides in the presentation, so President Rooks, at your discretion, I'm also certainly happy to entertain questions as we go if that is the will of the board. Well, you may think of the calendar and the development of the calendar as really an operational function of the school district, but actually it connects to each and every aspect of our strategic framework. And starting really first and foremost in learning and teaching, the calendar is central to all that we do. And the fact that our families are really counting on us to make sure we're bringing forth a calendar that is rooted in and connected into what is best for student success and to ensure that it can support the greatest outcomes for our learners. In the area of stewardship of resources, our compliance with laws and policies, not just because we should always comply with law and policy, but also the calendar is really what drives what you heard Mrs. Rodriguez mention as our average daily membership, or ADM, or in short, how we receive our funding. In the area of parent and community engagement, as I shared, there's really no other topic that gets as much public input and support. And of course, the calendar means students are here with us in school, and that's time away from their families, and that can mean different things to different families, and that's where a lot of those really different perspectives come into play. And then last but certainly not least, safety and well-being. And yes, of course, we are going to talk about the Arizona heat because it is the factor in our calendar. So I'm going to weave in and out of each of these areas through the course of the presentation. You can follow along to know which connection point we have if you look at the slide in the top right corner there where it highlights the area of our plan. So we're going to begin in stewardship of resources, and there are really 3 relevant laws that you need to know related to the school calendar and the development of the calendar. And I'll just paraphrase kind of the high points of each of these, but starting here first with 34101. And this is the law that shares that public school students will attend school for 180 days and really goes on to say that our calendar must be approved by the Arizona Department of Education. It also further goes on to define what 180 instructional days means. It's 180 days or the equivalent number of minutes. And I want to make just kind of a quick disclaimer before we go any further through our presentation. You are going to hear throughout the presentation today references to days, hours, and minutes, and they are used back and forth throughout all of the various laws and policies. So we'll do our best to make that clear for you as we go along, but each and every one of those are referenced in policy, in law and in our policy. The next one I want to highlight for you is 15901, and this defines that ADM, or as I mentioned, how we receive our funding and how we report back to the Arizona Department of Education in order to receive the funding for full-time students. And lastly, you'll see 15801, and it specifies the days that our schools must be closed. And so this is taken directly from that law, and it shows those 4 days that school cannot be in session. I'll make a connection point here quickly to Arizona Department of Education in that we create a calendar, rather the governing board approves a calendar. We have to then submit it to the Arizona Department of Education. It must be certified before we can begin to calculate and collect our ADM from that calendar. So it's an important part of the process that occurs on an annual basis. And then finally, I'll take us over to what is a new policy, of course, since our policies from the trust, but just some slight differences in this policy as compared to the one that we had for many, many years in this district. This is verbatim from that policy showing that we will have the 180 days. I'll draw your attention to, you may notice if you're reading through the sentence there is a missing word towards the end of that sentence. I just feel like it should be clear that we let Jennifer McClellan know with the trust that we may need to take another look at the trust policy here. As you know, nothing gets past Dr. Hernandez and me when it comes to a grammatical error. So we did point that out, but this is the new policy for which we are now operating. So I want to transition now to talk just a little bit about the historical process that Peoria Unified has used to ensure we're in compliance with law and policy. For more than 20 years in this district, we have formed a calendar committee to tackle the task of creating a school calendar and bringing it forward for a recommendation to the governing board. It has been a formal committee of the board, meaning it has followed Arizona's open meeting law. All the minutes and agendas have been publicly posted, and you can go back into board docs to see the most recent minutes and agendas. It has included representative stakeholders, parents, certified classified staff, administrators, and most recently added our community partner in the city of Peoria. What I'm showing here is kind of represents the cadence for which we have approved calendars in our district. And so we have had 3 years worth of approved calendars. And you can kind of look across the top and see what work the committee has done or looks to do, and then the governing board and how the governing board has kind of come alongside that committee to either review or ratify our calendars. But once this process would kick off, depending on the year that we are in, there would be solicitation for a committee. They would convene, dig into data, request information from staff to bring forward. Many times it was pieces of information we're going to cover tonight or survey data. They would work to develop the calendars and then bring them forward to the governing board for a recommendation. And then this cycle would simply repeat about every 3 years. So the most recent development of calendars was in 2023, and that was the last time that a calendar committee came together to engage in this work. I shared a little bit about how they were represented, but in 25-26, that's the year that we are in now, if we were following this same process, we would prepare to bring a committee together again the next year, the start of the 26-27 year. This was the most recent calendar committee from 2023. As you can see, it has it has individuals that represent various areas, grade levels, content areas, perspectives, and also I did mention we were really pleased to have a representative from the city of Peoria join us for this particular committee. So through their work, they had really just tremendous, robust discussion. And something that came up in particular with this committee was looking at kind of the general model that Peoria Unified followed, and they considered some alternative options. In order to just kind of give you the whole picture, I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that they considered some alternative options like a year-round calendar, a modified year-round calendar, a 4-day week, just some other things you may have heard that other school districts have. After a lot of consideration and looking at a lot of data, they did decide to continue to look at what I'll refer to and what they've referred to as a traditional calendar that you can see kind of highlighted there. And we'll talk a little bit more about the work that went into creating the ones that we currently have. Well, as I mentioned to you earlier, I really truly feel if you line, 100 people up and you give them a blank calendar, you're really going to get a number of different results. And so the information I'm sharing with you today and the information you have in your binder is not unlike what we would give to the calendar committee and some of the tasks that we would ask of them in order to develop the best calendar for our school district. And so what I have for you, just making sure we're staying awake and staying lively at this late hour, is I'm hoping that you can kind of join in on one of the exercises we may give them to do right off the bat, right when they're starting in on their work as a calendar committee. So in your binder, you have 2 orange tabs. Your first tab should take you to our current school calendar, so the 25-26 school calendar for the district. And then if you turn to that second tab, I have selected a calendar for each of you that is representative of a different school district. So a different school district here in Maricopa County and their calendar. You've also got in the front of your binder some sticky notes, and I'd like for you to take just a minute or so, go through the calendar model from another school district, and I believe Mrs. Rooks, you should have Chandler. I believe we've got Mr. Toby, Mesa, Mrs. Bowles, Saddle Mountain, Mrs. Proudfit, Dysart, and Mrs. Ewing, I think, might be looking at Deer Valley. We may have swapped them. You have Dysart. Okay, we swapped those for you. You have Dysart. She has Deer Valley. We each have a different one, I believe. Well, if you flip over one, you should be able to select a different one.
So it should be the tab that is
See where
like
your
on,
orange
because we
tab
all
is.
have them, so it should just be the tab that's actually on. Oh, okay. Okay.
So what I'd like you to do is take a look at those calendars. Take a look at those calendars, and if you would identify one thing that you notice that is the same to our current approved calendar, and one thing that you notice that may be different. One thing that's the same and one thing that's different, you can jot it on that sticky note, and I'll know that you're ready if you can just hold up your sticky note when you're done. Impressive, Mrs. Proudfit. That's her sticky note up. Got yours, Mrs. Ewing. Very good. And maybe if you're looking through, finding something, struggling to find something the same, did we at least all follow the law maybe and observe those correct days? That might be a good start. Something different, start dates, end dates, breaks. I think President Rooks, we've got just about everyone. All right. President Rooks, if I may call on Mrs. Proudfit, who went through that exercise rather quickly. So I'm very curious if you could share the calendar you looked at and maybe what was something that was the same and something that was different.
Well, Dysart is very similar to ours. So one thing that is the same, they also are having fall break this same week, although theirs is a little bit longer. And one thing that's different is their PD is on Monday, so they get their half days on Monday.
Very good. Thank you. President Rooks, any observations from yours?
Well, I will just note with Chandler, I guess two different things, because that's why it took me longer. Theirs is a little bit more confusing to look at than ours. I like that ours is color coded, because theirs is like, it's just like boxes and X's, and so I was just like, okay, where's the color coded? That's just better for me. That's just my preference. But different is, big one, their start date is July 16th. That's insane. And their Thanksgiving, it looked like their Thanksgiving, they did not have any, like a week off in Thanksgiving like that, what we have. So they just have like the 2 days off, and that's it.
Very good. That's probably the calendar that is most unique out of all of them. So, and those X's and boxes, very different to read. So thank you. Any others want to share?
Sure, I will share. The difference between Peoria and Saddle Mountain, Peoria begins on July 31st, which is insane. And Saddle Mountain begins on August 7th. What is the same is October 13th. There is no school.
Very good. Thank you. And Mr. Toby?
For Mesa, they also do early release Wednesdays, so it's the same. What's different is they release their students on April 3rd, and we don't.
April 3rd. Very good. Thank you. And Mrs. Ewing, don't want to leave you out.
Thank you. I noticed Peoria, as far as the same, Peoria and Deer Valley both start on the same day. One of the things that's different is in Deer Valley, their early release is on Friday. And then just something I was noting, I know that we have October 13th, 14th, and 15th off, but I thought that, isn't Columbus Day on October 13th?
It is, yes.
And it's not on ours or theirs as a federally recognized holiday. And they don't have it off. Anyway.
Very good, thank you. We'll talk a little bit more about holidays here in just a minute. So that was, you did well in teeing that up. So thank you. And so not unlike something we'd have the calendar committee do, unpacking all of these different calendars. What's the same, what's different, what might work for one community, and what might work best for our community. From all of that work, and that being kind of a foundational exercise, asking us to bring back a number of different factors and kind of share more about some of that. And that really does lead us well into holidays, which might be one of the first things that the committee would do next in looking at the calendars that they are going to plan. And this is, of course, an aspect that is outside of our control, right? When holidays fall, and they fall on different days of the week every year. Just one general example that tends to be about the driving point to begin the work of the committee is Christmas Day, December 25th. If that falls really early in the week, like on a Monday, oftentimes we can make sure we start winter break close to that day, and that makes it so we can start later to go all the way up into December 25th. When that holiday is more midweek, then you're kind of faced with some decision points on going all the way up to that week, a week before. So that's kind of one of the conversations that midway through the year, but they can help to drive that start date. Also, we have to allow for a leap year, right? That falls in there obviously every 4 years, and that can change. So when those days fall, impacts our calendar. It's not a cut and paste or exactly the same every single year. And so that's one of the factors that the committee might first consider. So I'm going to talk about a number of the different academic impacts. As I shared from the beginning, it's really what drives the calendar and is what is most critically important to making sure that we have the best calendar for our learners. And the first concept following those holiday placements would be to look at that midweek start, and that's a concept that has been very, very important for our school district. Now, I'll share, having been on the, or working as kind of a liaison with the committee for a number of years, this concept for our calendar really truly started as one that was thought to be best for our youngest learners. If they can start midweek through, it helps them to kind of adjust to getting through the day without having a nap and separation from mom and dad, which may or may not be among the first times that they've had to do this. We have quickly learned in our district that this is a concept that is best for all learners. What it does is allow us to kind of capture the excitement of the new year, for teachers to establish those classroom routines, to get them on the schedule and used to how the day will really work. And then they can really dive into what those grade level expectations are and start right in with their learning immediately following that. And so not taking a full week to go through all of those different classroom routines, but really being able to start in with the content right away. And so it has become really important for all of our learners in helping us to meet all of those different strategic learning priorities that we have set. I also want to illustrate how this has been impactful for staff, in particular new teachers that we are bringing onto the district. We have 3 days with an optional teacher day for our returning teachers as they are starting the new school year, and being able to place the majority of their new learning right up against the start date has also been really helpful to make sure they are applying what they're learning right away up against that midweek start, instead of having to have that weekend kind of separating some of that. So it has really been a concept that has been really critical and really well received for families, but also for our staff and the learning that they have to do to be best prepared to welcome our students on the first day of school. Next, I want to talk just a little bit about balancing those learning opportunities. And so as we ground the work in our strategic framework, as I talked about, particularly in the area of student success and learning and teaching outcomes, we try to increase the coherence between curriculum, instruction, and assessment. And those end-of-course assessments are strategically planned and administered to be at the end of each of those semesters, or at the end of the quarter for any of those 9-week courses. And so where we place those matter to ensure that students are most set up for success. Now, you heard me talk a little bit about 180 days of instruction, or the equivalent amount of instructional hours by grade band. And so here's a chart that kind of outlines what those requirements are based on statute, as well as where we fall as a school district with the number of hours that we have available. You'll note that our high school students in particular, so I want to draw your attention to that last line, they need 720 hours in order to complete that full, in order to complete in a year, and that breaks down to 123 instructional hours per course that they have to meet. And so what we want to do is make sure that there is an equal number of days before our winter break and after our winter break, so we're able to best balance for each course, whether you take the course in the fall or you take the course in the spring, you have access to the same amount of time really in each of those courses. And there are a number of courses that would follow that half semester mark. As you know, we observe the block scheduling, which is one of the concepts that goes with that balance. But even regardless of the block scheduling, there's still courses that would fall in kind of a semester rotation. And so that's where that's really impactful. Those instructional days are really important as we talk about the number that we want to make sure we have prior to testing. So we look really, really closely at that. And I had asked our assessment team to kind of put together for us when are those assessments taking place for this year and the number of instructional days that we have before that. That's important because what we want to make sure is that we are not getting our students in a position where they're facing burnout, right? So we have those intermittent breaks spaced throughout the course of our calendar year to ensure that students feel appropriately rested in between and then best prepared to complete their coursework and to kind of get to that end there where they can feel successful in most of those tests. Now, we don't decide those tests. As I shared, our assessments, those windows come to us from the state for our state tests, but there's also AP exams that we know that our students take as well. So our state assessments occur as kind of one guiding factor in the scope, sequence, and pacing to cover all of our content so that students can really get to the end of that course and be successful. Here's a listing of those testing dates. As you can see, they vary by each of our grade levels. And I want to draw your attention in particular to this slide as it references the testing dates. The dates on the previous slide, rather, here you can see the number of days that we have before each of those assessments, and I had planned for you to kind of do a little math at this point in our presentation. I'm just reading the room and looking at the hour, and I think what we'll do is maybe if Dr. Hernandez can write you a pass on that math pop quiz I was going to give you at this point. We'll look to her to do that. But what that was to illustrate is the percent of learning that we would make sure had occurred before they get to those state assessments. And in each of these, and I'll go back to the slide before to show the dates, and I'll show the number of days here just in that quick flash. What I can tell you in doing the math is at least 75% of the learning takes place by the time we get to each of those exams. And so that's critically important because that's driven by when we start, the number of touch points we have with those students before we get there. So I've worked you kind of from the midweek start through some of the holidays, through the testing, and then what happens after testing. The most important thing that happens in our district, right, is graduation, and of course what our students do when they leave us. And I think this is just an important anecdote to share. We were the very first school district to move from kind of a seat-restricted model of having our high school graduations take place across our high school campuses. This limited the number of family members that could attend to support our students. We moved to State Farm, and of course, many other districts followed. But because we were the first to move our graduations to State Farm Stadium, we get first right of refusal on the dates that we select to be there. So we submit our calendars. Remember, I told you how many years in advance do we have calendars? 3. Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. So right after they're approved by our governing board, we are able to connect with State Farm Stadium and get those important dates on the calendar. And then the schedule is released to the other districts. I believe there's at least 3 other school districts that utilize that facility for graduation. So I think that's worth a mention. I want to talk really quickly here, and I won't spend too much time on it, but we often get asked attendance and how is that impacted by our calendar. So just kind of a few points that I'll share with you. As far as student attendance goes, we see a dip in attendance during flu season every year. So it typically starts the end of October or during November, carries us through the next few months there with flu season. Our lowest attendance for staff is typically in October. And I just thought it was important to note we did see an increase in staff and student attendance rates for last year. So that was promising from the year prior. And of course, we're still continuing to track those as we're just barely into this school year. I'm going to just quick pause, or you can give me the nod to keep going, President Rooks. Okay, I'll just plug along then, because as you can see, I'm transitioning into our safety and wellness. And of course, what we want to do is, to the extent that we can, because it's out of our control, just talk a little bit here about the heat. What I have here before you is data that comes directly from MCESA, or Maricopa County Education Service Agency, that tracks school district calendars. You have the full calendars, of course, in your binder from what we refer to as our peer districts. So you'll see them listed up here. We're highlighted in blue right through the center there. And then if you look again at the screen, the districts that are highlighted in green, that top district is Chandler, of which Mrs. Rooks is very familiar with their calendar. They are the school district in Maricopa County with the earliest start date. And you'll see at the bottom Saddle Mountain, which Mrs. Bowles now is very familiar with as well. Not typically a district we would benchmark against, but noted on here because they are the school district with the latest start date. So we wanted to include them as well. You've also got a chart of the charter schools, the largest charter schools in our district, or closest to our district if they are just outside. And you can see their start date. I've also added their fall break, how they observe Thanksgiving, winter break, spring break, and then if there is a spring holiday of some sort, most districts have at least a day that they observe in April. So I wanted to show you that as well. And then this is a plot of their temperatures this year for the start date this year. So you can see Chandler's, the school district, on the far left side of that chart. And then on the far right, the latest start date, you can see Saddle Mountain. We've then taken Peoria Unified and our last 10 start dates for the last 10 years here in our district and plotted them so that you can see the varying temperatures and the varying dates that we have started in our district. And then lastly, I want to show you a chart that combines the original chart with all the school districts. We have added in the charter schools. We have also highlighted Peoria Unified, but then you'll notice some additional data on this slide, and that's the column on the far right. And we added a slide to just very, very generally capture professional development and what do those districts do for professional development, or how is that observed. Those in green are the school districts that follow the same model that we follow, which is a weekly early release for professional development. Like all industries, we believe in providing our teachers and staff with the ongoing support that they need to best support our students. And over the years, as we receive new curriculum and we've had changes in policy and law, it's been really important to have a highly educated workforce that's best prepared to support our students into the future. So our early release model has traditionally been set by our academic experts. So the calendar committee has not set or weighed in on our early release model. They have simply worked on all of the areas that are to the left on this chart of that far column there, so not in that professional develop column. We have then produced that calendar and provided it to our academic team as those academic experts, and to look at what does our strategic plan say that our teachers need and our staff need in order to do this work. And so with that, I'm going to just pause briefly to turn it over to Dr. Hernandez, the best expert I know in the academic area, to share more about that model.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy, and good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share information regarding how early release time has been utilized here in Peoria Unified to support high-quality learning environments and opportunities for all learners, no matter which side of the desk they may be on. So to do that, first we're going to take a look at the history of early release days right here in our district, which will then include how time is allocated across those days within the school year. We'll look back at previous years as well as this year. And then we will examine the strategic priority actions that have guided the allocation of time. And before we transition back to Mrs. Airy, we'll also take a look at the other professions that, through the lens of professional learning, also have expectations and obligations for learning for adults. And then we'll look at how early release time is aligned to our key initiatives, and we'll conclude with a demonstration of how the data has driven the time allocation and the selected topics, and how those are utilized for early release. So some of this may look familiar to you, as we covered this in June during our study session time together. But for the last 25-ish or so years, Peoria Unified has supported its staff and its educators by providing time built into their workday to grow professionally. In recent years, prior to the 2016 and 17 school year, the district provided professional development learning opportunities through 5 full PD days. In February of 2016, the then governing board voted for those 5 full days and 9 late start days, with those late starts being 10:30 or 11 or 11:40. In 2017, in March, the governing board then voted to make modified Mondays for consistency purposes. Early release then was 12:20, 1 o'clock, and 1:40. In 2020, in July, the governing board voted to move professional development days to Wednesdays due to the pandemic. The early release time then was 12:20, 1, and 1:40, with professional development sessions ranging from 90 to 120 minutes. In August of 2021, Governing Board Dr. Sorensen requested that there be embedded PLC time within those days. So at that time, the amount of professional development was lowered to 60 minutes. In August of 2023, with the lift of implementing our double K-12 math and science curriculum sessions, we returned that time to 90 minutes. For 24-25 and 25-26, we designed a cohesive allocation of days and times that reflect our commitment to supporting high-quality learning for all of our employees. We have 4 types of professional development in our current system. The first is what we call school-led professional development time. These days are allocated directly to our school leaders who are responsible for supporting the professional growth of all employee groups on their campuses. This is in alignment with the school's specific school improvement action plan. The second type of allocation is called school-led district developed, and this was a new one. These types of sessions illustrate how Peoria Unified aligns all of our initiatives collectively from an effort and a partnership aspect between the school and the district. School leaders learn the content, and then they're responsible for turnkeying it to their staff. This model has been very successful in helping us grow the instructional leadership skills of the leaders of our campuses. This model supports them in becoming the content experts, and then they are able to better support their staff. And it takes the lift of creating all those training materials off of the school leader. So the district provides those materials, we do a session during their professional learning with them, and then we offer sessions beyond that to support them if they have questions or want to go a little bit deeper with that information. The third is the district-led PD. This time is largely allocated to support large initiatives like we've seen in content areas or specific instructional strategies. So these types will largely start the curriculum adoptions and the opportunities for teachers to collaborate as they learn from like teachers from across the district. The fourth type is elected choice. Elected choice days are designed to honor each adult's unique learning interests. As a professional, I get to decide what it is I want to learn about. Maybe I'm a 4th grade teacher, but I have an interest in learning more about gifted programming. Elected choice gives me the opportunity to say, as a professional, this is an area where I want to learn, and I can choose the sessions that are aligned with my professional growth plan. And so this elected choice days were born out of feedback from the annual staff survey, so we're very intentional in responding to their feedback. In considering how to allocate the types of days, we're very purposeful and intentional in the types of days we allocate and the topics to be covered on those days. So in the 24-25 school year versus 25-26, we had in the first school year 6 school-led district-developed days because we were implementing our brand new STAR assessment. So we provided that district-developed but site-led opportunity for 6 of the early release days. In the current school year, we have 2. So we've got the implementation off and running and going, and this year we're focusing in, and we just have 2 of those days. The district-led days are 8 and 8, as we're still implementing new curriculum and new instructional strategies. Site-led has increased from 10 to 14 days, and then the elected choice moved from 7 to 5. And again, that was feedback from our site leaders as they're implementing and they're spending a lot of time developing high-quality improvement action plans. The consistency of time with their entire staff was something they requested, and so we transitioned a couple of those elected choice days to become school-led, in addition to reducing the number of school-led district-developed days, putting those again back in the hands of administrators. So to honor the feedback along with identifying areas for growth, this year's day types are aligned specifically to our STAR windows, that's our assessment, which promotes timely data analysis and the learning and teaching cycles based on what our student achievement data is telling us. Specifically, days were allocated for August 13th and 27th and January 14th and March 4th to support that effort. You'll also see in this year's allocated days that, based again on feedback, our elementaries versus our high schools asked for a different day to be aligned to support preparing for their state assessments. There's required proctoring training they need to do. So we wanted to accommodate that in the best way that aligned with each unique level for elementary and secondary. The time to complete mandatory training was included on July 29th and August 16th. And the elected choice days have been reallocated, as I mentioned, from 24/5 to 5/6 to provide that school-led time for our leaders. So finishing around here with instructional infrastructure, this is the information when we talk about the guaranteed and viable curriculum, the implementation that we've had with ensuring that no matter which classroom you're in for third grade across our district, you are getting access to the same high-quality learning content. In addition to working on having valid and reliable assessment to be able to make instructional decisions based on what each child is ready to learn, some of our initiatives around early literacy, which you're very familiar with, our work around best first instruction for science, math, and ELA, along with implementing our new English learner curriculum. So, and what you can see is that the intentional and purposeful use of early release time is really aligned to strengthening educator growth throughout impactful professional learning and coaching. And that probably sounds familiar to you because that is right from our strategic priorities from the learning and teaching section. So as I mentioned, a lot of professionals have continuing education expectations to maintain their credentials, renew their certifications, just like our teachers do. So as you can see here, we've got a couple examples. Did you know your pesticide applicators, the people you're hiring to kill bugs at your houses, have requirements to maintain their certification. So while they may vary, each unit has at least 50 instructional minutes that they are required to have. If you're going to see a doctor, you probably hope that they are also doing continuing education and their requirements are at least 40 hours spread across 2 years. And if you've had legal matter, you want to make sure that your lawyers have the most up-to-date information on the law and all of those pieces. Along with if you've bought property lately, you would certainly want your real estate agent to have the latest and greatest information and knowledge on the laws and how best to purchase and sell a home or property. So like our teachers, there are a lot of professions that are required to maintain and grow professionally. And so this time that we provide to our educators is essential in supporting them to be able to do just that. So in furthering our efforts to be purposeful and intentional, we've mapped the actions here looking 2 years back and 4 years forward. This timeline of strategic priority actions focuses on areas for all of our employee groups across the district, but I just want to highlight a couple that in 2023, we began our implementation for math and science. And you can see with those blue bars across the top, this is not a one-year project. Learning a new curriculum, particularly in a district that hasn't done this for a very long time. We owe teachers the opportunity to learn the materials to navigate, to learn to teach with them, and then to increase the effectiveness of their instructional strategy in using those resources. So math and science has been a very dedicated 3-year implementation with intentionality in how we have used that time to support our educators to learn those materials to become effective users of them in their classrooms. In 2024, we implemented our new STAR assessment system, and we also adapt new programming, the adaptive programming, to support our learners who needed additional support to move up, and then to support our learners who needed additional enrichment to keep on growing. We also, you'll recall, we introduced new curriculum for our world language courses, our AP, our dual enrollment, and our IB. So we have a lot of teachers learning a lot of new materials and learning to navigate new resources. And then in 2025, K-12 social studies, English language learners, and we're working on our instructional infrastructure with early literacy and literacy, PK-12. And then, of course, we've also talked about our work with Best First Instruction. But let's look into the future of what we've already mapped for the next 4 years in utilizing our time. We know that we are going to have an exceptionally large focus on PK-12 literacy. We've talked about the science of reading, the science of writing, the science of literacy. We started this work with our leaders a couple of weeks ago, and we introduced to them, remember the 9 strategies for literacy that take up an entire page? The 10th strategy is their instructional leadership, which really wraps around all 9 of those. So the instructional leadership specific to literacy and how we'll support that across our schools is really dependent on having this time to be able to support our educators and our leaders. And then you already know strategy number 9 is the potential for an English language arts K-12 adoption. So that, again, if we repeat math, science, and social studies and the other areas, is a significant lift that we would intend to use early release time for. And finally, as all good teachers know, sometimes we need to we always monitor, and sometimes we need to adjust. So I wanted to give you a couple examples of what that looks like and how we're monitoring and adjusting and how we utilize early release time. Specific to mathematics, our data for grades 4 and 5 showed a need for dedicated, strong, early numeracy instruction with a better focus on conceptual learning. So this year, across our early release days, we are offering 2 different series of learning opportunities. So you sign up for the series, and they are connected to 2, 3, or 4 learning progressions that support building these skills specifically in our 4th and 5th grade teachers. So in 24-25, our AASA data, and I'll be really honest, for 7th grade, caught me totally off guard. I did not expect to see this much of a decline. So in being responsive to that data, we are working directly with our 7th grade math teachers, bringing them together to collaborate around increasing the effectiveness of our instructional strategies and our knowledge of the 7th grade math standards for our state, as well as what that assessment looks like and how our content in our curriculum is aligned. And so that work is underway as well. But as a really good example of how we utilize this time to be very specific and intentional to support our teachers and our students who are in those courses. And also, speaking of 7th grade, you know we have 7A this year, our accelerated math, and so we're supporting that group of teachers differently as well. So the time is used to differentiate based on need and what our data is telling us. From an implementation balance perspective, you know, we have K-12 social studies underway, K-8 English language development underway. So that time on early release modified Wednesdays has been split to guarantee that our district time supports use of both resources. So we have to be very thoughtful because you'll recall our K-5 teachers were learning math and science at the same time, and generally they are a very delightful group. That was a tough time for all of us. We asked a lot of those teachers. Not that they weren't delightful, but it was a lot to ask of them, and they are doing tremendous. And the last area is instructional infrastructure specific to our assessment strategy, which you know we've been working well at and getting that underway with our district assessment windows. This time is spent to analyze the data and use it to drive those instructional decisions to support at the individual student level. We're also using this time to support that best first instruction. How do we know we are the first time out of the gates as the teacher in the classroom providing the highest quality, strongest instruction to meet the needs of each learner? And then we've also talked about before our unfinished learning and then our need sometimes to have that foundational learning, as well as the opportunity to extend and enrich for those students who are ready to go beyond current grade level content. So the science of literacy in 6-12 is also underway, and this means we're working with high school teachers about the science of reading, and it is a thing, and we're walking slowly together in our high schools with what the science of reading looks like for them. It's not just a K-1-2 piece. So specific to that, the practice and the development and gaining those greater understandings of 1, how do children learn to read? And 2, understanding why some children may struggle to read. And 3, learning how to more effectively teach reading skills. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to highlight the purposeful and intentional data-driven use of our early release time. And I know I speak on behalf of many school leaders, teachers, and staff, and I know because they've told me, that we are grateful to have this time to grow as learners and to grow professionally as we support our students. And now I'll turn it back over to Mrs. Airy to continue.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. I'll transition then to the area of parent and community engagement to talk a little bit about the impact our calendar has on our families. And this is not a comprehensive list. I know that because there were certainly others that were reaching out to me today, and what about this and what about that? But these are some of the key areas that have been considered in putting together our calendar. We shared with you that it does impact our families, and in fact, many of which share their preference on having a calendar that is not completely dissimilar, like a Chandler, compared to the other surrounding districts. Some of them may have siblings that attend other school districts, and we know it is a very competitive environment, but it's also a very close-knit community, and there are many schools in our community, and so having calendars that are somewhat similar have been important in our community. Every now and then we will have someone suggest, might you consider having a different calendar for high schools than you have for elementaries, some type of a completely different model. We've also had families share the significance of a unified school district having unified calendars with many siblings that might be caretakers for their younger siblings through the afternoon once school is released. So it's been really important that our elementaries and our high schools have a unified calendar. We often also have maybe high school older siblings that drive and then need to go and pick up those younger siblings or take them places in the afternoon. Another key impact, and you heard it mentioned earlier, was the athletic programs that we have in our district. And oftentimes those athletic teams will travel for different tournaments that take them around the state or maybe even around the country. And that travel is often structured around some of the intermittent breaks that we have throughout the calendar. This is a time for those students to be seen at the national level, and that can often impact their scholarship attainment or their opportunities to pursue what athletics may look like for them beyond high school. We have more than 5,000 athletes in our district, and so we know for many of them, this is a really important component that they have this opportunity. I mentioned just a little bit about competition, and sometimes that competition starts from day one. We have many working families in our community and in our school district, and they are often looking to enroll their child so that they can return from that summer break and get right back into work. And of course, we welcome the opportunity to have those learners that have that need to also be there so that their families can continue to work. But our schedule, our calendar allows us to be competitive with some of those alternative educational providers. And then we've talked a couple times now about those 3 years of calendaring, and that advanced notice that provides for our families can be really important. It's not just for scheduling those family vacations or making sure they can attend. Maybe it's a family reunion that's being organized collectively across the country. But we also know many of them maintain shared custody or have custody agreements that make it as such they have to submit days well in advance to make sure that those are appropriately in writing for their children. And so that has been something that has surfaced through the work of the committee as well in making sure we have advance notice for families on our calendars. I want to talk for just a moment about the public input process. There is no shortage of it, whether it be through a survey, through the occasional email that we receive, conversations that our site councils have at our schools, and of course, social media. We also always have our community engaging there as well. We have conducted surveys over the years specific to our calendar. It's one of the highest survey responses that we receive is when we put this calendar survey together. I've provided the most recent survey for you, and we'll click through some of that so you can see the most recent survey, which was done in 2023. It opened August 23rd and closed on September 12th. You can see the responses that we had illustrated here, and you'll see the majority of those responses were from parents, but we also had individuals that responded as employees, and then some that indicated that they were a parent and an employee, with a small amount of, I believe, either community members or grandparents that were forwarded the survey as well. In total, 5,033 responses to this survey. I've broken it out on the slides just so that you can see it, but the first, well, really the majority of the calendar questions that were asked were in response to how satisfied are you with the various components of our calendar, and we've walked through kind of each of those components pretty thoroughly this evening. The first, asking them to respond to their overall satisfaction with our current survey, and you can see the blue bar, parents, the yellow bar in the center, and then that green bar, those who responded saying that they were parents but also employees in our district, and you'll see those same colors follow along in all of the different concepts that we've outlined here for you. I'll move into the midweek start and the responses that we had for our midweek start. 66% of our parents satisfied with that component on our calendar, 78% of our employees, and then those who were both parents and employees, 80% saying that they were satisfied with that component. We also asked about that fall break during Thanksgiving. I believe it was Mrs. Bowles that noted from her calendar, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been President Rooks talking about another calendar that just had a recess for Thanksgiving Day and the day after Thanksgiving. We have had the entire week of Thanksgiving as a recess in our calendar, and so these are responses to that across all three groups. That has been a very popular component of our calendar. Spring break, the week that we observe, it's almost always that third week in March that we've observed for spring break. There's some slight variations with other school districts, mostly just plus or minus a week in their calendar. The October break, which we have had, and I believe Mrs. Ewing, you noted in particular that October break, the one-day break there, and you can see the responses to that one day off, one of the lower in satisfaction of all the components that we shared. April break, this has before been referred to as a testing break, although over the years we have allocated that day to more appropriately make it a little bit farther away from spring break, so it truly felt like a break day versus making it earlier in April. I'll tell you, this is a concept that has traditionally had a lot of discussion with our calendar, because depending on when Easter falls in April, where possible, the calendar committee has said if we could place that near the Easter weekend. There have been, again, depending on when holidays fall, there have been some years where that has been easier to do, and then there have been some years where that ends up being really, really close to spring break, and so they have thought instead to move that a little bit later in April, so it could be a true break in the month of April. But that's been a component that has had a lot of discussion by the committee. And then start and end dates with the calendar on when they fall. You can see the responses there for the start and the end dates and kind of that model that we follow. And ranking your preference for future fall breaks. This came out of a discussion on adding in what we have this year, and you've heard referenced a couple times tonight, a fall break, which, as you know, this calendar year we have about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, which will be our fall break, and that's a new option in our calendar. That's the center of your screen there, where you see having a partial week October break, but maintaining that full week off for Thanksgiving. That is the responses, those are the responses that you see there. The other options that they had for response were a full week break in October with just a partial week for Thanksgiving, a partial week in October plus a partial week for Thanksgiving, keeping just that one day in October, keeping the full week for Thanksgiving, and then a full week off in October as well as the full week in Thanksgiving. What we always share with the calendar committee, anything is possible, but you do have to take and add days from somewhere. So when you're adding days off, you typically have to either back up a little bit in your calendar, again, always aiming to try to get as many instructional days before those assessment windows, balancing those semesters. Everything's connected to everything when they're putting together the calendar. And then I'll just move on to share again kind of where we are today. We are, requesting that we survey our community once again, and we provided the governing board last week in your Friday report with a draft calendar for you to kind of consider to see if you had any feedback or edits. Because this fall break is new, it's an opportune time to say, what do you think of our calendar? So we did, or I was hoping, President Rooks, to get some feedback from the governing board tonight on that survey. And then I'll show you, just as a reminder again, the 3 years worth that we have currently developed and approved for our calendar, our current calendar, the 26-27 calendar, and the 27-28 calendar. You have the full copies in your binder, so I won't talk through all of the aspects of those, but certainly can answer questions on them. As I shared, we'd welcome the opportunity for some feedback on that draft calendar. With that feedback, we would look to send that out as soon as tomorrow to get that out to our community. We'd recommend leaving it open through the end of the month. It is a busy time as we're wrapping up conferences and as everything just fall is bringing so much to our schools. Let's close that survey and then look to bring you that data if you'd like to see it. November 13th would be our recommendation. In between, we'll just continue to remind our community and see if we can once again get a very strong response from all of our community stakeholders with their feedback. And as I shared, there's a lot that goes into it. There is no perfect calendar. There is no calendar that is exactly the same across all school districts. We have put together what we have thought to be a process that honors as much feedback as possible from our community. I should make mention, you have attached to this agenda item, we tried to save, I think, like 8.3 trees by not printing it, but here is the printed version of all the feedback that went along with those 5,000 responses from the last calendar. If you'd like a printed copy, we can certainly get it for you, but we did attach it to this agenda item. No shortage of feedback, a process in place to try to take all of that in and develop calendars that are as best as we can put together to best support the learning in our community. And then, of course, as Dr. Hernandez shared, the professional development model to make sure we're supporting the people who are supporting our students. And with that, I will take any questions you may have, President Rooks.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy and Dr. Hernandez, for the presentation. We do have one public comment tied to this line item. Trina Berg. She was waiting there. Let's go.
Happy very late evening. I am glad to hear that we're going to ask for feedback, because while it did feel very weird to start July 31st, and the kids were a little like it felt very weird. Having that longer break in September, and then now the kids are ready. They're ready for a break. Their brains are ready for a break. Their learning is slowing down. And talking with other teachers, we're starting to see an uptick in absences. I had 8 out of one of my classes absent the other day. Almost all of them are showing as ill. So we're starting to see that uptake. Now is a really good time to have like the good, like, stay away from school for 5 days, get away from each other's germs, and then come back and be ready. Thank you for getting feedback. It does feel weird to start July 31st, but everywhere around us right now is starting this early. We definitely need to make sure we have as much time as possible before testing comes. Every single time, we need our breaks because our brains need the breaks. We are having to go through curriculum so incredibly fast that our kids need that moment to breathe as well. And we all we need this moment. We need this break. the difference of my students at the beginning talking about starting July 31st, and then like within a couple of weeks when they were like, oh, we're going to have a longer break coming up in September. Oh, we've got a even longer break in October. They were like, okay with it. It does feel weird, but it also felt weird every single time we changed our early release days and changed our calendar. And I remember when we didn't have 180 days of school, like I've been around long enough to remember some of these changes, all of that felt different. And I hear a lot like, why don't we start after Labor Day? I have lived in this state almost my entire life, and I've gone to school in this state basically my entire life, and we never started after Labor Day. So I don't know, like that's a back east thing, I think. We like never did that here. Is any calendar perfect? No. But I can tell you right now, this break is very much needed. And starting a little bit early, legitimately 4 days earlier, is for this break right now and the longer break in September, well worth it. Also, starting on Thursday this year was wonderful. Like Wednesday is great, having 3 days, jump right in, start, hardcore curriculum like the next week is great. Starting Thursday was almost even better. The kids were tired by Friday because they're not used to getting up early, especially with school starting at 7:20. So I do appreciate the fact that we are going to ask for feedback. Please don't dismiss this calendar just because it feels and sounds weird starting July 31st. I also remember times where we weren't starting super early and I had kids on like August 3rd. So it's not like this is unheard of and we started super, super early. Depending on where Christmas falls, that bumps our calendar up. When Christmas ends up on like a Sunday, we go until Friday, our calendar bumps back again. So there will always be a little bit of adjustment, even if we keep this extra 2 breaks to start a little bit early. Thank you.
That is all the public comment that we have this evening. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
First off, thank you so much for this in-depth report. I think it's good for, we've seen this throughout, but I also think it's great for our community if they really want to dig deep in terms of how we make decisions and also what goes into all of these decisions. And, coming from the academic awards programs, and all of those students getting awards for the scores the high level of scores that they had on the tests, and we have some phenomenal genius students in our district. And when we look at the calendar, if we don't have enough days for them to prepare to do those things, there's not those opportunities for them, the scholarships and so forth. And so I think, and it's my understanding, it's not like we can just, if we shift our calendar, we can just shift when we take those tests. I believe we have a window of time that our students have to take tests. Would that be?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, yes, the windows that I showed in the presentation are windows that are given to us by the state, so we do have to administer those assessments during those windows.
Right, and so in that, thank you for doing the calculation for us on the little sticky, not having to do math at this hour, but then that allows us to see that in order for our students to be really prepared, we need to have 70, I think it was around 75% of the instruction in place so that our students can be ready and prepared to be as successful as possible on those tests. And I think this calendar allows for that. I did like on the survey, because I know you were asking for feedback on that, I did like how you put the question about, it's number 10, given the 180-day school day requirement and the district's priority to have as many instructional days before the March and April state mandated testing window, which would you prefer? And it was, you said, a school year that starts earlier with intermittent breaks, or a school year that starts later with a limited number of breaks, so that folks understand that there's those, and as you've already said, that those breaks can actually provide some really positive things for our learners. And that's really where we're focused, and it helps our learners, it helps our teachers, and it helps them perform better, and then potentially also lower the absenteeism as well. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of point some of those things out. I appreciate all of this, and I'm anxious to hear what my other board members think. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Proudfit, any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you for the very in-depth explanation and just diving into the modified Wednesdays. I'm not going to be redundant. Obviously, it's very late. I have not made it a secret that I really support choice in education, and I really support public schools. And I know sometimes people accuse me of like, you can't do both. Well, guess what? You can. And I think I'm not so concerned with keeping our schedule the same as neighboring districts like Dysart, although I'm sure that benefits families. But I think as a partner and as, you know, if you look at the school district as a collective community member in the city of Peoria, I think it's very important that we ensure that not just our modified days, but that our breaks align with our neighboring schools, with Archway, with, you know, Basis doesn't do modified, but with as much as we can for parents that are utilizing a multitude of educational opportunities within the city of Peoria, that we are aligning and allowing for families to be together as much as possible. You know, I would love to see data on Deer Valley to see absenteeism on those Fridays that they have, because I have many friends that educate in that school district, and I know for me as a parent that would be a very easy day to skip if I had something going on. And so I would be very interested to see with the districts that utilize the Friday and Monday what the absentee rates are, because I guarantee that they are much higher than our Wednesdays. And our absenteeism is something that we've really worked on in the past couple of years. And, you know, as you noted, we've seen a lot of improvements with that. And so I appreciate that. In addition to the fact that GP, Archway, Candeo, they also have modified Wednesdays. So families, again, that are utilizing choice in education here in the city of Peoria, that we're not putting an undue burden on them, where they potentially could have a half-day Friday and then a half-day Wednesday with different members of their family. That would be a nightmare. I quickly want to address something. When we talk about switching it to the Labor Day, which I was educated back east, and so that was exactly what we did. We can't for AIA, for sports alone, like that's really not the whole state would have to change. It would totally take our students out of so many opportunities. It's simply not something we can do. Another thing that I wanted to bring up as well in regards to schedule and staying on track with other City of Peoria schools, whether they be private schools or charter schools, kind of working together to keep a cohesive-ish schedule. Is there a lot of students in our district, I know I've mentioned this before, that utilize seminary or before school religious education studies, and you know, when the schedule is being made for that, a lot of it goes into looking at the charter schools and trying to align them together. So if we were vastly different, it would just cause a huge taxation on families. I will tell you I won't tell you my opinion actually on what I prefer as a parent, because honestly, it doesn't matter. What matters is what the majority of the parents and teachers in our district want. And so I just want to ensure that our survey, you know, is being looked at. And I'm sure that, you know, I've heard a few community members say, oh, I don't remember getting the survey. So which I'm sure you did, but ensuring that we have at least 3 points of contact, and maybe even have one sent from Parent Square, one sent in the principal's email, one maybe even PTOs, or, you know, sometimes it can get buried, to ensure that hopefully we can get that response rate up a little bit, although it actually was better than I thought it was. That's a pretty high response rate. So again, I'm happy to support what the community wants, but for me, it's very important to support families. It's very important to support being a good community member within the city, and helping not just our students. I don't want to be redundant, because obviously everything Mrs. Ewing said about testing and AP tests and all of that is extremely important and data-driven, but also ensuring that we're being good community members and supporting the families in our district is very important. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. I actually thought that was really low for numbers on the survey, and I don't know what forms you use, but I did not receive anything. I remember the timing, but anyway, so maybe using, I don't know, maybe a more updated even QR code or something on our, you know, Dr. Summers' little videos or something, you know, just scan this QR code and you can do our survey. because it's just easy and convenient and whatever, but I honestly don't know. Do you know what forms of communication you use for the survey?
President Brooks, Mrs. Bowles, yes, all of them. And so we did send information out through Parent Square. We also often customize messaging for our principals to send them to include in their newsletters. So I know that we did that as well. We send reminders on social media. Check your email for the link to the survey. So we use social media to remind them of that. I will say it was a tighter window. That is why we are recommending leaving it open a little bit longer. I will say that over 5,000 is still far more than a representative sample for our district. Far more, but we can always increase it. And so more reminders, absolutely. And I think that's why we'd like to leave it open a little longer. And instead of bringing it back to you at the October 23rd meeting, we'd like to instead leave it open and bring it back in November.
I do remember it being a small window, and that would have been my next question if we were going to leave it open longer. I just have to comment on the 4 professional development things that you had mentioned, Dr. Hernandez. I'm impressed. I wish when I was in the district we had elected PD days because, that could steer a whole career, right? I mean, some of the trainings, and I don't really know exactly all the trainings you offer, but I like that. I like the variety, and yeah, I'll leave it at that. That's all I have. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Believe it or not, I used to be a biology major before I switched, so I kind of am a nerd at heart, but one of the classes I hated was statistics. And I would just challenge you that this survey, while it does seem to ask a lot of good questions, I think it gears the audience to a certain endpoint. And with that, like question 10, given the 180-day school requirement and the district's priority, it gives 2 options. I prefer the school year start earlier with intermittent breaks, and I prefer the school year start later with a limited number of breaks. It seems like it draws people into I would like more breaks, so it only allows one outcome depending on that second variable, right? So I think we should include start earlier with less breaks, which I know it sounds crazy, but if you want to have a valid sample set, I think we need to have all 4 aspects. And then also, same number of breaks starting earlier, because I've seen calendars that start in August but allow the same number of breaks. And then for question 11, again, to be more precise with our questioning, I would ask, what day of the week do parents, teachers, staff want to have that professional development day? And then just a question. On the slide, you said that probably bring this data back for the board to consider in November. Is that the drop dead date that we have to make a decision for the future, or when is the ultimate decision point?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, it's a very good question. Our previous policy held us to a date. Our new policy does not, and so we do not have any date we have to make a decision because we do have 3 calendars that are approved, and so we are not necessarily under any specific timeline to make that date. However, if you did want to look at the data and you did want to recommend any changes, obviously this would be very late to make a change even for next year. So the sooner the better if you were going to look at that and call a calendar committee together or forego a committee and make a change. Okay. But there is no set date in policy.
Yeah, so I was just wanting to understand, when you say bring it back for consideration, would that be the point where we would make a change, essentially?
We would be bringing the survey data forward to your review, and I think look to you for your direction or next steps with the data we provide you.
All right, thank you.
So I'll start with the survey questions. I do feel like asking which day of the week for parents and staff members is beneficial. I just know that I grew up in this district, so I do remember the days that I would get out would be like 2 times per month on a Thursday at 10:20 or 11, somewhere around there. So I while I can see both sides, I do it's, as a parent perspective, just every Wednesday at 1, it's just kind of hard as a parent because you have your kid on that schedule and so when you stop in the middle of the week to, oh, well, we're getting out. So it's just, but I understand I appreciate more of the leeway of having those staff trainings at their site level, more so than district training, because I have heard feedback that it's more beneficial for them to work together as a team at the school. So I would just ask for that in the survey, but also I think that also asking satisfied with starting July 31st, because I feel like last year, I know a lot of parents did the surveys and everything, but a lot of parents don't pay attention to instructional days, how many days the kids have to be in school. And so when they took the survey and said, would you like a couple days off in October? Well, they're like, yeah, of course. But then they didn't realize that meant, I had a lot of parents that were commenting, they're like, I didn't realize that meant I would have to have my kids start July 31st. So I just think maybe seeing how's your satisfactory with starting July 31st. I would also state, we actually had a lot of students emailing us, specifically high school students, about that start date, that it just was so soon cut into their summertime. And then obviously the heat and all those factors, I have a hard time with, because I'm picking up my kids at 3:00 in the afternoon and sitting in that hot car. They're coming out, they're sweating. They don't look right with the heat. Like I just was not satisfied as a parent. I can tell you that right now, for a July 31st start date. And I have heard feedback as well already from a couple of teachers at the site levels with our breaks next week of the 3 days. They actually have a lot of families whose kids are not even going to come to school on Thursday and Friday. They're going out of town. So they're now asking, can we get all the work that they're going to miss? So I just think that is, I don't know if we need to look at like just 2 days, like Monday and Tuesday, because Monday is a holiday, or like that factor. Because if we're talking about absenteeism, if they're now out of school an extra 2 days next week, I just have concerns about that, especially since I know high school is different. That was new for me this year. My high schooler didn't have the parent-teacher conference release time today, but a lot of parents are doing that with like Thursday and Friday. They're like, well, why send them to school? Because they get out at 11 and then they're off 4 days or 3 days next week. I just kind of have concerns around that area. I also was able to look up, I know you had in here the school calendar years for all the other schools for this year, school districts, but actually Dysart Unified School District, they ratified their new school calendar for the following year, and they actually did change their July 31st start date to August 6th. And it looks like they had their end date as May 27th. So I don't know if we can look at that, if that's a possibility, because I know it is hotter in July than it is in May. And I know that someone says, if it's only 4 days, but it's still those extra days in Arizona just like matter. I don't know how to explain it. It's just those extra days. So I've just.
President Rooks, may
Yes.
I ask, so maybe adding a question relative to clarifying a later start date may mean school after Memorial Day.
Right.
To be clear, okay.
Yeah.
And I did want to just comment, if I could, quickly to clarify. So question 10 is a new question. We've not had a question like that, and the attempt was to kind of get to clarifying that when you ask if you want to start school earlier, you need to be clear that that means that you'd have intermittent breaks. If you start school later, which you can do, then you may have less break options. And so that was kind of getting to the essence of that. So Mr. Toby, to your point, we can kind of work with some of those recommendations to see how we might be clearer. But also the calendar committee wanted to add this narrative at the top of the calendar that was new in 2023, which is very, very grossly summarizing what I've shared with all of you tonight, is just giving some context, because they too felt it was really hard to answer these questions. It feels very easy to say, let's do this, but without understanding the law or understanding that adding a day here means you have to take off a day here, or going later here means that everything has another reaction, causes another reaction. And so they felt adding a little bit of a summary that just shared what are all the factors that go into a calendar. So I just did want to make note that that was new in 2023,
Okay.
and we did wordsmith it a little and put it in there.
Okay, all right, yeah. No, I appreciate it, and I mean, if we're talking about surrounding school districts, I just know that Dysart changed theirs to August 6th. So I'm just wondering if they, with their July 31st start date this year, if maybe they did already get feedback and maybe they already were concerned with heat-related incidents with their students, or the staff was giving something, or parents' feedback. I just want to make note of that, I'm just not a big fan of that July 31st start date. So just wanted to make note of the Dysart School.
I appreciate you saying that, because I think you're right. I don't think people understand that it is a causal relationship, that it's a push and a pull. And like you said, everything has to be accounted for. And again, I just want to reiterate, ensuring that we're continuing to communicate with the charter schools to make sure, again, like I said, I'm not as concerned with neighboring districts, because I think it's probably more rare that half the kids are in Deer Valley and half the kids are here, but I know there's a lot of families that utilize, whether for high school or especially with the addition of ALA, and just making sure, to your point, that we're looking at when their boards are ratifying their next year calendars.
I think I've always been school choice, 100%. But I think what I hear a lot from families that choose to go to Peoria Unified for all of their students or all of their kids, they want to see what is going to benefit their children in this school district. And so if we're just constantly well, this kid's going here and this kid's going to this charter school, this kid's going to this and this and that, we can't manage that. That's that parent's choice to take their child to a charter school, which I fully support if that's what they want to do, if that's what benefits their child. But they're making that choice. So then they have to figure out that scheduling of how that works with their kid, if they have to pick them up or drop them off and their other kid goes to one of our schools in the district. I just think that we need to look at that perspective as well, because that's the choice that they're making, right? So they know that they're going to have different schedules.
I mean, I agree with that, but I think it goes to, again, actually supporting choice in education, but also supporting families being able to be together. And, I actually wrote this in an email. Our goal is to educate every student every day. The reality of that, while we work towards that, is not always possible for every family. And I think, too, it speaks to a larger, like I said, a larger community thing with the city of Peoria. And, I've talked about this a lot. It's not either or. We have choice in education. And as a city, I just feel like we need to work together and not apart in education in every regard.
Why would, I know you mentioned the AIA athletics and all of that. So I do see that, and I think it would be a great idea for the state level to determine that. So then that way AIA does have to follow the guidelines of not starting July 31st, July 16th, because we're Arizona. We're not in a different state. The heat risk of that for our students, I think, is just unacceptable. So I would love to see that at the state level, making that change. But I think, does anybody else have any further questions or comments?
I was just going to say, when you look at the Dysart or just later, because we do have to have those equal number of school days, both in the semesters. And so I would just be curious if, does Dysart have a block schedule like we do, and equal number of school days? Because that's the other thing too. And I like how you did put it in the beginning of that is that you can only really shift the start date. It's really only a very small window, so you don't have that big flexibility. Otherwise, you don't have those equal number of school days in both semesters. So, and then the other thing and then I'll let you answer, is I'm looking at the temperature dates on the various different start dates, whether it's, you had one that on August 4th in the 2021, it was 113. It seems like even the later you get, it doesn't actually get cooler. It doesn't get cooler in Arizona until after Halloween, unfortunately. But it made me think about our facility designs meetings we were having and how do we better accommodate our schools because we are in Arizona, and how do we accommodate our learners to be able to manage more indoor things during this heat. So that's something to consider as well. But that's all I wanted to add. Thanks.
Ms. Ewing, I was just going to mention, I think with the block scheduling, I think Mrs. Proudfit actually requested a future discussion item on the block scheduling. So I know that that is a factor as well that we need to look at with that future discussion of block scheduling. Sorry, it just popped into my brain. I did not. I saw your face though. You looked like white as a ghost up there with that. So, so if there's no further questions or comments, I was going to request if we could, if everyone's okay with tabling the first reads that we have to our next meeting, as it is a late hour. Okay, so we will table.
I make a suggestion so we don't have to reread these policies twice.
Yes.
So since all of these are ARS driven, these are state law changes and they're copyrighted policies by the trust, I would suggest that we put it to our next meeting as a first and final read for these policies.
Okay, I will make note of that. Thank you. So we will be tabling 8.3 through 8.11 to our next meeting. Moving, what? No, we don't vote on that, so that'll just be during agenda. Or you can request it for future agenda items on the bottom. So moving on to 9, address consent agenda. 9.1, consider approval or recommend changes to the consent agenda. So if nobody has any changes, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve consent agenda as listed.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 12, closing public comment. 12.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have one public comment. Trina Berg.
Okay, good evening again. I thought about holding this until the next meeting, but that's like 2 weeks from now. A couple of things that was said that happened during this meeting that I wanted to address. One, board comments at the beginning made it sound, Ms. Rooks, that you said Turning Point was like starting clubs on campuses, and that, great, but it has to be a student brought up, student started, student led. Not a board member goes to a student and suggests you should run this club on your campus, which was rumor has it. We have board members doing that, and that's not at all what should be happening to start student clubs. So that's one thing. Another thing was the issue that was brought up again and that the article was written about, and now we're talking about it again, like happened like 2 years ago. It's been discussed, it was talked about. It was literally said in a board meeting, I remember previously, that social worker is no longer employed here and had their certification revoked. So like if I remember that and the article that was quoted says that, I'm not sure why we're still talking about it. It was obviously handled a couple years ago. Also that article referred to WIC as Wiccans. How seriously can we take this article? Another question I have is the Department of Ed, the Protect Prayer in School. We have a mandated moment of silence every single day after our pledge. Already in the state of Arizona, which is protected prayer time. So like nothing in Arizona should change because obviously we, as you love to call us, a government school, would not be able to lead any type of prayer in school. So already, like in Arizona, that's protected. It shouldn't make a difference at all. And another comment that was made earlier is that Governor Hobbs says that Arizona fully funds education, and that you question the fact that we are so low funded compared to the other states in the nation. We are. It is true. We are. Are we fully funded? Sure. If you look at the fact that when the legislative session started at the beginning of the year, they wanted to cut education funding, so that didn't happen, so we are fully funded. But if you look at the overall budget of Arizona, for the size of Arizona, for the population we have, our budget, our money taken in to our general fund is so much lower than other states. We bring in less money than New Mexico, and New Mexico has like a portion of our population. So the fact that it's 43% of our budget is education, wonderful, but our overall state budget is still low, which makes our funding low. So just a couple of things that were brought up today that I'm just questioning, like why this is being said, and maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but that was a couple of things. And there was one more, but I honestly don't remember. It's too late. But I appreciate the fact that I was able to bring this up tonight at this very late hour, because 2 weeks from now I would have forgotten. So I do actually like the fact that we have an ending public comment section so that I can address things that were said during the board meeting. Thank you.
So that concludes our public comment. Also, just so a reminder, when a board member is questioned under public comments, they have a choice to respond. I said Turning Point USA because if you go to the students and the staff members that control the social media pages on Instagram that are starting up these clubs, it has TPUSA. So they are working with the TPUSA representative. They're just helping set it up because the students do ask for it. And the reason why I only knew about Liberty is because my son actually approached me and said, hey, Mom, I really would love to start this kind of a club. How do I do it? And being as he's a freshman, I wanted to help him. But turns out he found out that the Liberty High School students had already started a club, and so he was excited to go to the first one. So that was just me being a parent that my son wanted to start it. And I don't see why that's such a problem, because if there are students that are coming and asking, hey, how do we start this? Hey, how do we get this? And that we have parents asking, like, hey, how do we get this at our kid's school? Because my kid really wants to do it. I'm going to be like, well, hey, let me get you in contact with somebody, because my goodness, are we really going to not help the students want to start their own club at their school? So that was just responding to that. And again, the data shows in our state budget that the majority of the state budget funding goes to education. So that's pretty much uploaded on all the websites that you can see. So that was my response in that. Moving on now to 13 informational reports. 13.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
President Rooks, nothing to add to the report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. 13.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, President Rooks. Nothing to report this evening.
Okay. Moving on to 13.3, report on requested future agenda items is available on our website. 13.4, district budget report for the months of July and August 2025 are also available on our website. 14, other business. 14.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any requests?
The only thing I was going to mention, and Mrs. Airy and Dr. Hernandez, you may be bringing it, is just that you said that you noted that the trust had that word that was deleted from the policy on the calendar. So I think that was 3107, just to bring that forward so that can be properly revised for the calendar. So I need a second.
I will second that for you.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. And I just want to understand, because I feel like it's important that we're transparent, but that we also protect board members, because we're publicly elected officials, and we also do a lot where we go onto the campuses. We're very involved. This is, I think, Ms. Airy, you've said it before, this is one of the most highly involved board that you guys have had in a very long time. And so, plus we're parents, we have a lot of close relationships with folks in the community. So when things happen, when we have employees or just things happen and board members get brought up and they're put into a public record, I want to understand what is the responsibility of the district to notify that board member that now they're being brought into a case that they had nothing to do with. And now we're looking at 2 years down the road, it's coming out because I'm still unsure why it's even being directed at me, but other than that, my name was mentioned and I was never aware of that. So I just want to understand kind of what is the district's process in that. So,
Mrs. Ewing, may I?
That would be like a Friday report or something.
I was going to suggest maybe an executive session with our board council to see what is the district's responsibility or whatnot, what you're asking, and then maybe bringing that information piece of that interview and investigation into executive session, so then that way we can ask those questions. So I don't know if that helps that way.
Executive session is fine, but I still would like to have some sort of report, because then the problem becomes there can be all sorts of information that's delivered in executive session, but now you and some other folks have put the narrative out there that that I knew that this happened when I absolutely did not know that this was happening, and I would never, ever have allowed that. And I believe that my character and my integrity speaks before that. And even though it's not, that egregiousness would have been reported anyway. So executive session is fine. I would like to have some sort of statement prepared or by legal that can be put out in the public, because otherwise there's no opportunity to change the narrative. If I had been notified at that time, I would have had an opportunity to put in the file my statement. But that was not allowed, and so the narrative is already been created out there by you and by other
Mrs.
folks
Ewing,
in the community.
point of order. You're making a request, not having a discussion on the board.
So
and this is a request, not a discussion.
So the executive session I'm good with, but I'm asking for a second thing to be able to have some sort of more public-facing statement with regards to that piece of it. So
I will second.
Do you have any other requests, Mrs. Ewing? I don't. Okay. Mrs. Profit, do you have any future requests?
I do have one request, an issue that came up this week, but to be honest is something that I've heard discussed with parents a lot. One of the things with AIA, with all of our sports, is that for whatever reason we're put into I don't know, and it's in every sport with Lake Havasu, so almost every sport has to travel to Lake Havasu. There was a busing situation that happened this week where there was miscommunication about who was going to be paying for the buses, and anyway, long story short, I just want a little bit more information or any options in regards to communication with AIA in regards to sending kids to Lake Havasu on school nights that then results in them getting home at 12 to 1 a.m. Why do we do this? Like, it doesn't count towards our athletic record. I just want to look into it a little bit more to see if there's anything we can do as a district to mitigate this, or to be providing safer ways for students to get to and from. And it's come up a lot in the past year. So
I will second that.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe Friday report, but thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any future requests?
I do. Going back to maybe the executive session, I would like to discuss the complaint that was filed on Melissa Ewing for discussing items that were discussed in a prior executive session. So if we want to make a part of that, that's fine.
Okay, I will
I think that'd
second
probably
that
be the
for you.
best. Thank you. And then I have one, we're on the same issue, but a redundant issue that I've heard for many, many years in this district, and that is this particular teacher, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but was written up for something horrendous and then did it again, blatantly didn't care, then resigned, was given the opportunity to resign before the board was even notified what was going on. I want a future agenda item around that, maybe a policy written or something that the board should know if there's things that are going on. Just even speaking to Ms. Ewing, if the board shouldn't be notified before they can resign, and us not even know what's going on. I was not on the board then. I'm just speaking to an issue that I've seen over and over, that they're able to resign before the board is notified. And I think we've gotten better, I will say that, reporting it, well, and the law says we need to get better, to ADE, and so that they don't go to another district and do the same thing all over again. So.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any future request items?
Just one for a future Friday report. Amcor made the news of increasing their investment in Arizona. I know Westmec has already accepted, call it scholarships or whatnot, to generate clean room training, CTE programs. I'd just like to understand, where are we at as Peoria Unified, and are we partnering with Amcor, TSMC to generate our own programs, or do we have an intention to have more robust transportation for our students to and from Westmec who are developing these programs?
I will second that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just add with, popped into my brain, the executive session that we will have on the subject matter with regarding the social worker and Ms. Ewing. If we could have in that executive session, trying to be careful here, the previous executive session on that same topic. If we could possibly have that, Dr. Summers, I'm looking at you, if that information can also be in there. Okay, I was trying to be careful saying that. Okay, also just a update on where we're at with developing a committee for the tracking behavior policy. I just kind of want to know what's our timeline future-wise. If we've asked members yet of the staff. So,
I'll second that.
thank you. I'd like just a future discussion, and this can be, I know we only have like 3 more board meetings of the year, so if we need to put this in January maybe for our board retreat, a future discussion on the ESSER money and the other COVID relief funds, those buckets of like where the dollars amounts were spent, that whole topic, please.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would like to look at our staff code of conduct policy, reviewing it with Dr. Summers, and then adding, if possible, employee usage of like recording videos of themselves with students in the classroom during school hours and then posting on their social media pages. I just kind of want to see if we can add that in, or if it already is, and what that would look like.
I'll second.
Thank you. This can just be a Friday report. If there's any updates from Peoria PD, I know we have a couple of investigations going on, so I just don't know if we can get Friday reports, updates from them if they have anything completed yet.
I'll second.
Thank you. And last one is just some information and a future vote on ending taxpayer dollars and any federal monies going to the American School Counselor Association.
I'll second.
Thank you. And that is all that I have this evening for future requests. So if there's no others.
President Rooks, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Bowles.
I don't really know how to word this other than a couple things that come to my mind. I'm not sure, that's not fully true. I know a little bit of this. Westmec and our override, we've kind of been lumped together, and I don't really know why. I don't personally feel comfortable doing that. If there's a reason, let me know, let us know in a Friday report. If there's not, let us know in a Friday report. And then I want to know, because we are so closely.
I will second that for you.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. We're so closely knit with Westmec. I would like to know what programs they have. I know that they have lowered their GPA and they've made some accommodations for the more at-risk kids. I want to know, in comparison to other, for lack of a better way of saying it, trade schools, what do we have for our foster kids at Westmec and Peoria? I know, again, we're very closely knit. Do they have programs for students that don't have anywhere to live? Programs that others do have. And if not, why not? And I know we don't make their decisions, but again, we're very close-knit, and I want to know if our most at-risk kids are being serviced with my tax dollar.
I will second that for you. All right. With that, we will move on to 15 adjournment, 15.1 adjournment. I just need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I will second that. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rook, sorry, was the motion made by yourself and a second by Ms.
It
Bowles?
was made by Mrs. Bowles first and then myself, yes.
Thank you. President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yep.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Meeting adjourns at 11:35 p.m.